Hello, night listener, and welcome to Little Nightmare. I'm Emma, and tonight I'll be keeping you company to help you fall asleep. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a comment telling me where you're listening from. Story 1. The hum was the first and last thing Lewis remembered of that time. The constant, low thrum of the television that was never truly off, only sleeping. It was the sound of the house itself, a mechanical heartbeat in a home of flesh and bone. Then, one Tuesday evening in October, it stopped. Not with a click or a pop, but with a sigh, a sudden surrender that left the living room in a vacuum of silence, so profound it felt like a physical weight on the eardrums. Lewis, 11 years old and curled in the corner of the sofa with a comic book, felt the absence before he understood it. He looked up. The dark screen, which usually held a faint, ghostly reflection of the room, was now a flat, black void. It was in that silence that he first heard the scratching from upstairs. It was a small sound, dry and precise, like a moth trapped behind the wallpaper. It came from his sister S. room. Elizabeth S. room. He held his breath, the comic book forgotten in his lap. The scratching stopped. Then it started again, slower this time, more deliberate. A fingernail dragged across the inside of the door. Down the hall, the kitchen door swung open, and their father, Diego, emerged, wiping his hands on a dish towel. He was a large man whose size had once suggested strength, but now only seemed to emphasize a perpetual state of weary containment. "What do you do, Lou?" "Unplug it," he asked, his voice too loud in the new quiet. Lewis shook his head, his eyes fixed on the hallway that led to the stairs. Diego followed his gaze, his affable expression tightening. He walked to the television, tapped the power button. Nothing. He jiggled the plug in the socket. The silence remained, thick and unbroken. The scratching had stopped. "It's just the house settling," Diego said, but he didn't sound like he believed it. He never did, not anymore. Lizzie S. probably listening to music, but Lewis knew she wasn't. Elizabeth didn't listen to music these days. She listened to other things. Things she said were in the walls, in the spaces between the floorboards, a whispering static that only she could tune into. Upstairs, the door to Elizabeth S. room opened. She stood there, 17 and fading, a photograph left too long in the sun. Her hair, once a vibrant gold like their mother S., hung lank and dull. Her eyes, the same shade of summer sky blue, were now the color of a winter twilight, distant and chilled. "The noise stopped," she said. Her voice was flat. "The power S out, honey," Diego said, forcing a smile that was a poor imitation of the ones he used to give. "Must be a transformer on the pole. It'll be back on soon." Elizabeth S. gaze drifted past him, past Lewis, to the dark television screen. "No," she corrected softly. "It just went somewhere else." That was the beginning, the first crack in the eggshell normality of their lives. The power returned 10 minutes later, the television humming back to life with a game show frantic applause. But the silence it had left behind never truly went away. It had seeped into the house, into the plaster and the wood, and it waited. The omens accumulated with the subtlety of season turning. Elizabeth, who had been a straight-A student with a laugh that could light up a room, began to retreat. She spent hours in her room, and when she did emerge, she was a stranger. She would stare at a fixed point in the air, her head cocked as if listening. She developed a tic, a rapid blinking of her left eye. She complained of smells, a sweet, coppery odor like old pennies and spoiled meat that no one else could detect. Diego and his wife, Maria, took her to doctors. There were diagnoses, a buffet of modern ailments, severe anxiety, clinical depression, a dissociative disorder. The prescriptions piled up on the kitchen counter, little orange bottles of hope that only seemed to make her sleep more, her waking hours becoming a bleary, distant shore. Louis watched it all from his quiet corner. He saw the way his father's shoulders slumped further each day, the way his mother's hands trembled when she lit a cigarette, the only relic of her former self she allowed to show. He saw the things they tried to ignore. The time he found Elizabeth in the kitchen at 3 a.m, standing barefoot on the cold linoleum, staring into the open refrigerator. The light from within painted her pale face a sickly white. She wasn't looking at the food. She was just standing there, her chest rising and falling in slow, deep waves, as if drinking the cold air. "Lizzie," he whispered. She turned her head slowly. Her eyes were wide, the pupils swallowed by the blue. "It's so loud in the quiet," she said, and then she turned and walked back upstairs, leaving the refrigerator door agape, a rectangle of false daylight in the sleeping house. The breaking point came on a rainy Thursday. Maria had gone to wake Elizabeth for a therapy appointment and found the girl's bed empty. A panicked search of the house ended in the basement. Elizabeth was there, in the farthest, dampest corner, crouched on the dirt floor. She was drawing in the earth with her finger intricate, spiraling patterns that made no sense. Her nightgown was soaked through, her hair plastered to her scalp. She looked up as the beam of Diego's flashlight found her, and she was not his daughter. Her face was a mask of serene, ancient malice, and her voice, when she spoke, was a dry rustle, the sound of the scratching from behind the door, given words. "The man in the static says you shouldn't have turned it back on," she said. "He's been waiting for a door." That was when the church was called. Not their local, friendly parish priest, but a man from a specialized diocese, a man named Boston. Father John Boston arrived in a sensible sedan, a man in his late 50s, with a kind, tired face and hands that looked strong enough to wrestle doubt itself. He wore a simple black suit and a collar that seemed both a shield and a weight. He sat with Diego and Maria in the living room, listening, his eyes missing nothing. He asked gentle questions, his voice a low, calming murmur. He was looking for signs, he explained, not of demons, but of pain. He was a skeptic of spectacle, a believer in the slow, hard work of faith and medicine. But then he asked to see Elizabeth alone. Lewis, hidden on the stairs, watched through the banister as Boston entered her room. He saw the priest's posture change. He saw him pause just inside the doorway, his head lifting slightly, as if testing the air. The room, Lewis knew, was cold, always cold now, no matter how high the heat was turned. The conversation was too quiet to hear, but after a few minutes, Boston emerged. His kind face was pale, the lines around his mouth deeply etched. He looked, for the first time, old. "There are phenomena," he said to Diego and Maria in the hallway below, his voice low and grave. "A presence. I cannot explain it, but I believe we are dealing with an infestation." The word hung in the air, ugly and final. Infestation, like rats in the walls, like rot in the timbers. It was also the word that somehow found its way to a producer from a cable network show called Spectral Evidence, a reality program that chased hauntings and possessions with infrared cameras and dramatic voiceovers. A young, sharply dressed woman named Chloe and a small crew arrived on their doorstep 2 days after Boston's first visit. Their van, a sleek, black insect, parked on the quiet suburban street. They promised discretion. They promised respect. They promised that their footage could be used to document the events for the church, to provide objective evidence. What they really offered was a lifeline of a different kind. Attention, validation, a narrative. Diego, desperate, drowning in medical bills, and a terror he could not name, saw it as a way to prove they weren't crazy. Maria saw it as a violation. Lewis just saw the cameras, their dark lenses like unblinking eyes. Another kind of void waiting to swallow the light. The house became a stage. Microphones were placed in corners, tiny cameras mounted on bookshelves. The crew, a trio of bored-looking young men, treated it like a job, chewing gum and talking about sports between takes. Chloe, however, was electric with a fervent, predatory interest. She would coach Elizabeth, who now spent most days in a near catatonic state in her room. "Can you ask the entity its name?" Chloe would whisper, holding a microphone close to Elizabeth's lips. "Can you tell it to show us a sign?" And signs began to show. The phenomena escalated, as if fed by the attention. Doors would slam shut when no one was near them. The smell Elizabeth had described, the sweet, coppery stench, would flood the hallway without warning. Lewis, lying in his bed at night, would hear the voices. Sometimes Elizabeth's, raised in a guttural, alien language. Sometimes a low, buzzing whisper that seemed to come from the air vents. A voice that sounded like a radio tuned between stations. Father Boston returned, this time with holy water and a ritual book. He looked at the cameras with open disgust, but he did not ask them to leave. It was as if he knew the battle had already been joined on this new, terrible front. He began the prayers of exorcism, his voice a steady rock against the chaotic tide of sound that now emanated from Elizabeth's room. The crew filmed it all, their cameras drinking in the shadows that seemed to deepen and writhe when Boston spoke the Latin words. Lewis became a ghost in his own home, drifting from room to room, a silent witness to the unraveling. He saw the way Chloe S. eyes glittered when Elizabeth S. body contorted on the bed. He saw the way one of the cameramen, a guy named Mark, would flinch at a sudden noise, his professional cool cracking. He saw the deep, helpless love in his father S. eyes war with a growing horror, and he saw his mother begin to disappear, retreating into a shell of silence, her cigarette smoke a constant veil around her. The climax was not a storm of special effects, but a quiet, terrible convergence in the upstairs hallway. It was the third night of the filming, the air thick with the smell of incense from Boston S. rituals and the underlying metallic tang. Elizabeth had been quiet for hours, a worrying stillness. Boston was in her room, praying. Diego and Maria were huddled together at the top of the stairs, their hands clasped so tightly their knuckles were white. The camera crew was positioned discreetly, but their red recording lights glowed in the dimness like the eyes of watching animals. Louis sat on the floor, his back against the wall, hugging his knees. The house was silent except for the low murmur of the priest. Then the murmur stopped. The door to Elizabeth S. room opened. Boston stood there, his face ashen. He looked not terrified, but profoundly sad, as if he had seen the answer to a terrible question. "It is not in her," he said, his voice hollow. "It never was." He stepped aside. Elizabeth stood in the center of her room. But it was Elizabeth as she had been a year ago, vibrant and clear-eyed. She looked at her parents, and she smiled, a sweet, heartbreakingly normal smile. "Mom, Dad," she said, her voice her own. "I am so tired." A wave of relief so powerful it was almost painful washed over Diego and Maria. They started toward her, tears in their eyes. But Louis, from his low vantage point, saw what they did not. He saw that Elizabeth was not standing on the floor. Her bare feet hovered a clean, impossible inch above the wooden boards, and he saw the shadow on the wall behind her. It was not her shadow. It was a tall, thin, man-shaped darkness, and it was stretching, elongating, its head tilting toward the hallway, toward the camera whose lens was focused on the girl, on the miracle. "Don T," Louis whispered, but the word was lost in his father S. joyful sob. As Diego reached the doorway, the thing on the wall detached itself. It flowed, a slick of absolute blackness, across the wall and into the hallway. It didn't move like a shadow. It moved like something alive and liquid, pouring itself over the floral wallpaper. The camera lights flickered and died. The hallway was plunged into a deep gloom. The silence returned. That same heavy, expectant silence from the night the television died. Then from the small camera mounted on the bookshelf at the end of the hall, a new hum started. It was the sound of a television tuning to a dead channel, a rising wave of static. The static bloomed from the camera S speaker, filling the hallway, a deafening roar of white noise. In the heart of the noise, a voice emerged, sharp and clear, the voice from the vents, the voice between the stations. It was a single, sibilant word, dripping with a cold, ancient triumph. Door. The static cut off. The hallway was dark and silent. In the aftermath, there were questions, investigations, a media circus that quickly found other distractions. The footage from the cameras was found to be corrupted. Nothing but digital snow. Father Boston requested a transfer to a remote monastery and never spoke of the event again. Chloe and her crew vanished back into the world of entertainment, the story too strange, too devoid of a satisfying ending to air. Diego and Maria sold the house at a loss and moved to a small apartment in another state. They never fully recovered. They spoke of Elizabeth in the past tense, as if she had died, which in a way she had. The girl who came back to them after that night was quiet, docile, and empty. The light behind her eyes had gone out for good. She spent her days in a chair by a window, watching the world outside with a placid, unchanging expression. The doctors called it a fugue state, a psychic break. They said she might improve with time. She never did. Louis was the only one who remembered the shadow. He was the only one who knew that the silence they now lived in was not peace, but a holding pattern. The entity had not been cast out. It had simply found a better door. It had moved from the girl to the machine, from the flesh to the signal. It was in the world now, riding the airwaves, humming in the dormant screens of a million sleeping devices, waiting in the quiet spaces between channels. Years later, as an adult living alone in a city apartment, Louis would sometimes wake in the deep of night. He would walk through the quiet rooms, past his dark television, his silent phone, and he would feel it, a faint pressure in the air, a subtle shift in the quality of the darkness, a hum at the very edge of hearing. It was the sound of something vast and patient, listening back from the other side of the static. It was the sound of a door, left ever so slightly ajar, and he knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that it was only waiting for the noise to stop. The city outside his window was never silent, not truly. The distant groan of a garbage truck, the hiss of a bus S brakes, the low thrum of traffic, these sounds formed a constant buffer against the quiet. Louis relied on them. He kept a radio playing softly through the night, tuned to a station that broadcast nothing but ambient soundscapes, the gentle crash of synthetic waves on a digital shore. It was a pathetic defense, he knew, like building a sandcastle against a tide. But it was all he had. His work as a graphic designer was solitary, conducted from his apartment. The glow of the computer screen was a modern campfire, and he huddled close to it, avoiding the shadows that gathered in the corners of the room when the sun went down. He avoided old films, certain songs, even the particular pattern of rain against the glass that reminded him of that rainy Thursday in the house he no longer thought of as home. He was an expert in avoidance, a curator of a life stripped of triggers. It was a Tuesday again. He hated Tuesdays. He was finishing a project, his eyes gritty from staring at vectors and color palettes. A notification popped up on his screen. A new email from a sender he didn't recognize. The subject line was blank. His thumb hovered over the trackpad. was probably spam, a phishing attempt, but a cold knot tightened in his stomach. He clicked it. The email contained no text, only an audio file named static WAV. He should have deleted it. He knew he should have deleted it. But his hand, moving as if guided by a will other than his own, moved the cursor and clicked play. The sound that erupted from his speakers was not the chaotic roar of white noise he remembered. It was layered, complex. Beneath the hiss was a rhythm, a slow, deliberate scratching, and beneath that, a whisper. It was too distorted to make out words, but the cadence was familiar. It was the same cadence he had heard from his sister's room all those years ago. He slammed the laptop shut, his heart hammering against his ribs. The sudden silence in the apartment was absolute. The radio had cut out. The digital waves had ceased their endless crash. He stared at the radio's display. It was dark. The power light on the surge protector glowed a steady green. The radio had simply turned itself off. He fumbled for the power button on the radio. Nothing. He unplugged it, plugged it back in. The display remained a dead, black rectangle. A wave of cold dread washed over him. This was not a coincidence. This was a sign, a calling card. He spent the rest of the night with every light in the apartment blazing, the silence pressing in on him like a physical force. He tried to rationalize it. A corrupted audio file, a faulty radio, a mind, his own mind, conditioned for panic, connecting dots that weren't there. But he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of being addressed. The entity wasn't just waiting in the static anymore. It was learning to use the post office. The next morning, bleary-eyed and trembling from too much coffee, he forced himself to open the laptop. He had to know. He navigated to the email. It was gone. His deleted items folder was empty. A thorough search of his hard drive revealed no file named static WAV. There was no record of it ever having existed, except in his memory. This was worse. This was proof that it wasn't just playing with signals. It was playing with reality, with perception. It could reach in and edit his world. A week passed in a state of high alert. Every flicker of a light, every buzz from his phone, sent a jolt of adrenaline through him. He started seeing patterns in the chaos. The number of missed calls on his phone would always be 11, his age when it began. The time on the microwave would often read 10:11, the date in October the television had died. He was becoming a conspiracy theorist of his own haunting, finding meaning in every random occurrence. The breaking point came when he was video calling his mother. It was a weekly ritual, a painful, stilted conversation filled with long pauses. Maria's face was gaunt on the screen, her eyes hollow. They spoke of the weather, of Lewis's work, carefully skirting the chasm of the past. Then the connection glitched. Maria's image froze, pixelated. For a single, horrifying second, her face dissolved into a mask of digital noise, and in the center of the static, Lewis saw an eye, sharp and intelligent, staring directly at him. Then the connection stabilized. Maria was back, blinking. "Sorry, Louis, you cut out for a second there." He ended the call abruptly, claiming a bad connection. He sat in the silence of his apartment, cold sweat beading on his forehead. It wasn't just contacting him. It was using his mother, using the last fragile connection to his family as a conduit. It was showing him its reach. That night, he did the one thing he had sworn never to do. He searched online for spectral evidence, and the producer, Chloe. He found nothing about the incident at his childhood home, just a few old forum posts speculating about unaired episodes. But he did find Chloe. She had her own production company now, specializing in paranormal investigation podcasts and web series. Her latest project was titled The Uninvited, a modern study of attachment. The promotional image was a distorted black and white photograph of a suburban house. It was not his old house, but the style, the feeling, was eerily similar. He knew then what he had to do. He was not being haunted. He was being summoned. The random occurrences, the email, the glitch during the call with his mother, they were not attacks. They were breadcrumbs. The entity had a new purpose, and it needed a witness. It had grown bored of hiding in the silence. It wanted an audience again, and it had chosen him. Louis understood, with a sickening clarity, that the door was not just ajar anymore. It was inviting him to step through. He booked a flight for the next morning. The act of packing a bag felt surreal, like he was an actor in a play he hadn't rehearsed. He didn't know what he would say to Chloe. Would he warn her? Or was he simply answering a call he could no longer ignore? The city noises outside his window, usually a comfort, now sounded like the buzzing of a disturbed hive. Every car horn was a distorted syllable, every siren a wail of warning. The flight was a study in tension. He sat by the window, watching the world shrink into a grid of meaningless lines, and felt the entity's presence in the hum of the jet engines. It was in the pressurized cabin air, in the faint flicker of the seatbelt sign. It was enjoying this. He tried to sleep, but his dreams were filled with the image of the shadow flowing like oil, and the single, triumphant word, door. Chloe's office was in a converted warehouse on the industrial edge of the city. The space was open plan, decorated with framed posters of her various shows and artifacts from investigations. A dusty bell jar, a rusted horseshoe, a map stuck with pins. It was a museum of other people's trauma, curated for effect. Chloe herself looked older, the sharp edges of her ambition softened by a layer of professional success. But when Louis introduced himself, the old fervor ignited in her eyes. She remembered. "Louis," she said, ushering him into a glass-walled conference room. "My God, I've thought about your family so often." She offered him coffee. He declined. The silence in the room was heavy. "Why are you here, Louis?" she asked, her tone shifting from nostalgic to analytical. She was already assessing him, a potential source. He told her about the email that wasn't there, the radio that died, the glitch during the call with his mother. He kept his voice flat, trying to strip the story of the emotion that clawed at his throat. He watched her face. She didn't look skeptical. She looked fascinated. "The footage from your house," she said, leaning forward. "It was the strangest thing. The files wherein T just corrupted. They were empty. But the audio from the stationary mics, the ones in the hall, we salvaged some of it. The technicians could never clean it up. It was just static. But Mark, one of my cameramen, he swore he heard voices in it years later. He quit the business. He said it got into his dreams. It's not in the past," Chloe Lewis said. "It's here. Now. And I think it's using you." He nodded toward a large monitor on her wall, which was displaying the promotional artwork for the uninvited. The black and white house seemed to pulse with a faint, malevolent energy. Chloe followed his gaze. A slow smile spread across her face, not one of joy, but of dawning, terrifying comprehension. "The new series," she whispered. "We've been having technical issues from the start. Unexplained audio dropouts, files duplicating themselves. Last week, we interviewed a woman who claimed an entity was speaking to her through her smart speaker. During the interview, all the lights in the building went out, but her smart speaker kept going. It played a sound none of us could identify, a kind of rhythmic scratching. Lewis felt the air leave his lungs. The breadcrumbs had led them both to the same place. "We're filming the finale on location tomorrow," Chloe said, her voice low and intense. An old radio transmission tower out in the desert. The place has a history. People claim you can hear voices in the wind there, voices that aren't on any broadcast. She looked at him, and for the first time, he saw a crack in her professional armor. He saw fear. "I think it wants us to come. I think it's been guiding the whole project." Lewis understood. This was no longer about his family or his childhood home. The entity had evolved. It had found a storyteller. It wasn't just hiding in the static anymore. It was writing the script. Chloe's series was not an investigation. It was an invitation, a ceremony, and he was to be a part of it. "I have to go with you," he said. It wasn't a question. Chloe simply nodded. The decision was made somewhere beyond both of them. The thing in the static had already bought their tickets. As he left her office, Lewis felt a strange calm settle over him. The years of running, of hiding from the quiet, were over. He was walking toward the source of the noise. He was going to the door, and this time he would not look away. He would see what was on the other side. The desert air was thin and cold, carrying the scent of dust and creosote. The transmission tower was a skeletal giant against the deepening twilight. A web of steel girders strung with dead wires that hummed with the wind. A poor imitation of the static he remembered. The crew was small, just Chloe, a single cameraman named Leo, and a sound technician named Anya, who kept nervously checking her equipment. They were all subdued, the usual banter of a film set replaced by a tense silence. They felt it too. This wasn't just another shoot. Leo set up his camera on a tripod, its red eye pointed at the base of the tower. Anya placed a sensitive microphone on the ground, its fuzzy windscreen looking like a strange, alien fungus. Chloe stood beside Lewis, her arms crossed against the chill. "It's stronger here," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "Can you feel it?" Lewis could. It was a pressure in his ears, a vibration in his teeth. The humming of the wind in the wires was beginning to coalesce, to form patterns. It was no longer random. It was the same rhythmic scratching from the email that never was. Anya put on her headphones. Her eyes widened. "Chloe," she said, her voice shaky, "you need to hear this." Chloe put on the spare pair of headphones and listened. Her face went pale. She handed them to Lewis. "It's for you." Lewis hesitated, then placed the headphones over his ears. The world was reduced to sound. At first, it was just the amplified wind. Then he heard it. Beneath the rush of air was a voice, whispering, layered over itself 100 times. It was stitching itself together from the noise, syllable by syllable. It was the voice from the hallway, from the vents. But now it was clearer, stronger, no longer confined to a single point. "Likewise," it whispered, a chorus of dry, rustling leaves. "You came home." He tore the headphones off, his heart pounding. "It knows me." "It's been waiting," Chloe said, her professional demeanor completely gone. She was just a frightened woman now. This whole thing, the series, the location, it's a stage. We're the players. Suddenly, the camera's light died. Leo cursed, tapping the device. Battery's dead, but it was fully charged. He reached for a spare battery from his bag, but as he did, the camera's own screen flickered to life. It showed not the desert landscape, but a familiar hallway. It was the upstairs hall of Lewis's childhood home, rendered in grainy black and white. The perspective was from the bookshelf camera. "Oh God," Lewis breathed. On the screen, a shadow flowed across the floral wallpaper. It poured like ink, moving with purpose. It wasn't a memory. It was a live feed from a place that no longer existed. The entity was broadcasting from the past. The camera screen went black again. Then, the microphone on the ground sparked. A wave of pure, undiluted static erupted from Anya's speakers, a physical force that hit them in the chest. It was the sound from the hallway, the sound of the world tearing open. And in the center of the roar, the voice spoke a single, clear sentence. "The door is open." All at once, every light on their equipment died. The tower above them, dark for decades, suddenly blazed with a sickly, purple light that pulsed in time with the static. The wind stopped. The desert was utterly, profoundly silent. The static was gone too, replaced by a quiet so deep it felt like a vacuum. In that silence, Lewis saw it. Hanging in the air between him and the tower, a shimmering distortion, like heat haze on a road. It was a rectangle, a doorway of warped light. Through it, he could see something moving. It wasn't the shadow. It was something older, something that wore the shadow as a garment. It was turning its attention toward the opening, toward their world. Leo was fumbling with his camera, trying to get it to work. Anya was sobbing quietly. Chloe stood frozen, her hand over her mouth. Lewis knew what was going to happen next. The entity had its door. It had its witness. Now it needed a voice. It needed a body to walk through. He looked at Chloe, at her terror-stricken face, and he knew it wouldn't be her. It had chosen him a long time ago, on the stairs, when he was the only one who saw the truth. He took a step forward, then another. He was not afraid anymore. He was filled with a terrible, final certainty. He was walking toward the shimmering door, not as a victim, but as an answer. The silence was finally over. He was going home. The air around the distortion thickened, tasting of ozone and old dust. Each step Lewis took was a monumental effort, as if he were pushing through deep water. The shimmering rectangle grew, its edges bleeding into the twilight, and the thing on the other side became clearer. It was a shifting, impossible geometry that hurt his eyes to look at directly, a form that seemed to be made of folded space and forgotten sounds. The shadow he remembered was just its outermost layer, the part of it that could be perceived by a child's mind. Behind him, he heard Chloe scream his name. The sound was faint, muffled by the oppressive quiet that had swallowed the desert. He did not turn back. His entire life had been a long, slow walk away from this moment, and now that he was facing it, he felt a perverse sense of relief. The running was over. The voice was inside his head now, no longer a whisper from a speaker, but a resonance in his bones. It was not speaking words, but concepts, impressions. It showed him the house not as it was, but as it had always been to the entity, a nexus of fear, a battery. It had fed on their terror for years, growing stronger in the walls, learning the shape of their minds. His sister's frantic scratching had been an attempt to dig her way out, but it had only provided a rhythm for the thing to sync with, a heartbeat. He was at the threshold. The warped light played over his hands, and he felt a profound coldness that had nothing to do with the desert night. He understood its purpose now. It did not want to invade the world in a wave of destruction. That was a crude, childish fear. It wanted to be let in subtly, to weave itself into the fabric of reality through a conduit. It wanted to tell its story. It needed a storyteller. Lewis looked through the door. He saw not a monster, but a vast, silent hunger. It was a consciousness that had existed in the gaps, in the empty channels, and it was lonely. Chloe's series was the perfect vehicle. It would use her work, her credibility, to spread, not as a ghost story, but as a signal, a new frequency in the world's noise. He felt a pull, an invitation to step across and become part of it, to be the voice that narrated its entrance. He would be the ultimate witness, his trauma the foundation of its new myth. For a second, he was tempted. The silence on this side of the door was nothing compared to the absolute quiet from which it came. To join, it would be to never be alone again. But then he saw his mother's face, pixelated and afraid on the computer screen. He saw his sister, curled and silent in her hospital bed. This thing had taken his family. It had taken his peace, It would not take his voice. He stopped at the very edge of the distortion. The entity sensed his resistance. The shimmering doorway wavered. The silent pressure intensified, becoming a physical weight on his chest, demanding submission. "No," Lewis said. The word was quiet, but it cut through the unnatural stillness like a knife. He wasn't speaking to the entity alone. He was speaking to the 11-year-old boy on the stairs, finally answering the question that had been asked decades ago. He was not a victim. He was a survivor. The reaction was immediate and violent. The pulsing purple light from the tower flared into a blinding white glare. The static returned, not as a sound, but as a shriek that tore at the air. The distortion in front of him rippled, the image of the folded thing becoming jagged and broken. It was not used to being refused. He felt a shove, not a physical hand, but a wave of pure will trying to push him through the door. Lewis planted his feet, leaning into the force. He thought of the digital waves on his radio, the pathetic human attempt to create order from chaos. He focused on that memory, on the simple, rhythmic crash of a simulated ocean. It was a human sound, a living sound. The shove became a pull, a vacuum trying to suck him into the silence beyond. He could feel the cold of that nothingness leaching the warmth from his skin. He closed his eyes, blocking out the terrifying geometry, and concentrated on the memory of sound. The groan of the garbage truck outside his apartment, the hiss of the bus, his mother's voice, strained but loving, on their weekly calls. The mundane, beautiful noise of a life lived in spite of the quiet. A crack appeared in the doorway of light. A real sound pierced the static Chloe, shouting his name again, her voice raw with terror. Leo was yelling. Anya was screaming. The human noise was breaking through. The entity recoiled. The chaotic symphony of their fear was not what it wanted. It was unpredictable, messy. It wanted a curated narrative, not this raw, defiant chaos. The doorway flickered, the image of the thing inside becoming faint, indistinct. With a final, silent scream of frustration that echoed only in Lewis's mind, the distortion collapsed. It didn't vanish with a bang, but imploded into a single, blinding point of light that then winked out. The purple glow from the tower died. The desert night rushed back in, along with the sound of the wind and Anya's ragged sobs. Lewis fell to his knees, gasping. The pressure was gone. The presence was gone. He was shivering, not from the cold, but from the aftermath of the choice he had made. Chloe ran to him, her hands gripping his shoulders. "Lewis, what happened? What was that?" He looked up at her, his eyes struggling to adjust to the simple darkness. He had seen the script, and he had thrown it away. The entity was still out there, in the static between stations, in the glitches of a digital world. It was still hungry, but it had been denied its chosen ending. "It's over," he said, his voice hoarse. But he knew it wasn't true. It was never over. The door had been opened, and even though it was closed now, the world felt thinner, more fragile. He had looked into the silence and refused its offer. And he knew, with a certainty that settled deep in his bones, that it would not forget him. The story was just beginning again, on a new page. The drive back to the city was a silent, shell-shocked procession. Leo white-knuckled the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on the road, as if expecting it to dissolve at any moment. Anya sat in the back, curled against the door, her headphones around her neck like a useless talisman. Chloe sat beside Louis in the middle seat, her leg pressed against his, a point of solid human contact. She didn't speak. She just stared at her own hands, which were trembling in her lap. Louis watched the desert give way to the outskirts of town, the first streetlights appearing like distant, feeble stars. The familiar grid of the city should have been a comfort, a return to normalcy. Instead, it felt like a facade. Every lit window, every glowing sign, seemed like a potential crack. The entity had shown him that the world was porous. The quiet was not empty, it was occupied. They dropped Anya and Leo at their homes with mumbled, hollow goodbyes. There was no talk of footage, of the series, of anything. The project was a ghost. Finally, Chloe pulled up in front of Louis's apartment building. The engine idled. "You should come up," Louis said. The words surprised him. He had spent his entire adult life building walls of noise to keep people out. Now, the thought of being alone in his quiet apartment was unbearable. Chloe just nodded. Inside, he flipped on every light switch. The hum of the refrigerator was a welcome sound. He filled the kettle, the clatter of it on the stove, a deliberate act of noise-making. Chloe stood in the middle of the living room, looking lost. It was real, she said, not a question, but a confirmation to herself. All of it. It was always real. Yes, Louis said. I built my career on a graveyard. I turned your family's pain into entertainment. Her voice was thick with a disgust that wasn't directed at the entity, but at herself. You didn't know, he said, though the words felt inadequate. But it knew, she whispered, turning to face him. Her eyes were wide, haunted. It guided me. It used my ambition. It used me. She hugged herself. What do we do now? We can't just go back to our lives. Louis poured the boiling water into 2 mugs. The steam rose, a simple, physical thing. We wait, he said. It's patient, but it's also vain. It wanted a perfect story. I ruined the ending. It will try again. He handed her a mug. Their fingers brushed, and for a moment, the memory of the desert cold was replaced by a flicker of warmth. Chloe's phone, sitting on the counter, lit up with a notification. Then another, and another. A rapid, frantic succession of alerts. She picked it up, her brow furrowed. The color drained from her face. Louis, she said, her voice a strangled whisper. She turned the screen toward him. It was a social media feed for the uninvited. New posts were appearing, one after another. Grainy, black and white images. A still from the footage of his childhood home, the shadow pooling at the end of the hall. photo of the transmission tower taken from the ground up, its silhouette grotesque against the sky, and text cryptic and ominous. The signal is clear. The witness is ready. The door was only the beginning. The posts were being liked and shared thousands of times per second. The finale was a viral sensation, but no one had aired it. The account had been hacked, or something had taken control. Lewis took the phone from her shaking hand. He clicked on the latest video file that had been uploaded. It was short, only a few seconds. The footage was dark, shaky. It took him a moment to recognize the perspective. It was from a phone, looking out a car window. It was his street. The video panned up, focusing on the lit windows of his apartment. His apartment. Then the audio kicked in, a crisp, clear recording layered over the video. It was his own voice, from just moments ago, speaking inside his own kitchen. "We wait," his recorded voice said, calm and certain. "It's patient, but it's also vain." The video ended. Lewis stared at the screen, a cold dread seeping into him that was deeper than anything he had felt in the desert. It wasn't in the static between stations anymore. It was in the signal. It was in the network. It had followed them home. It had its voice now. It was telling the story itself. He set the phone down on the counter, as if it were a live insect. The cheerful ping of another notification was obscene. Chloe was staring at him, her eyes begging for an explanation. Didn't he have? How she breathed. How is that possible? Lewis walked to the window and looked down at the street. It was empty, just a normal city night. But he felt exposed, as if the building had been turned into a glass box. The entity wasn't just broadcasting a memory anymore. It was broadcasting the present. It was live. It doesn't need a camera crew, Lewis said, his back to her. It doesn't need a tower. We brought it back with us. In our phones. In our equipment. It's in the system now. He turned around. The fear was still there, a cold stone in his gut, but it was being forged into something harder, sharper. This was no longer about a haunted house or a forgotten trauma. This was an invasion, quiet and digital. We have to shut it down, Chloe said, grabbing her phone. Her fingers flew across the screen. ILL contact the platform. ILL get the account suspended. It won't work, Lewis said quietly. You think it will let you? Look. He pointed to her screen. She had navigated to the account settings, but the screen was glitching, the options shifting and melting into each other. The words delete account were now replaced with a single pulsing word. Listen. Chloe threw the phone onto the sofa as if it had burned her. It landed face up, and the screen lit up again, not with a social media feed, but with a live video feed from the phone's own front-facing camera. It showed the two of them, standing in his kitchen, their faces pale and terrified. The image was clear, but the audio was the old, familiar static, and beneath it, the whisper. The story must be told. Lewis walked over and picked up the phone. He didn't look away from the screen, from the thing that was watching them through it. He knew what it wanted. A performance. A new season. It would use their fear, their reactions, to craft a narrative more compelling than any documentary. He held the phone up, pointing the camera directly at his own face. He leaned in close until his features filled the screen. "No," he said, his voice low and steady. "This is my story, not yours." He didn't smash the phone. That would be too dramatic, too final. It would be an admission of defeat. Instead, he simply pressed the power button until the screen went black. The silence that followed was heavy, but it was a human silence. "What did you do?" Chloe asked, her voice small. "I changed the channel," Lewis said. He looked around his apartment, at the lights, at the humming appliances. The old defenses were useless. Hiding in noise was what it expected. It fed on the frantic energy of avoidance. He walked to the stereo and turned it off. The sudden absence of sound was jarring. Then he began methodically turning off every light, plunging the room into a deep gloom lit only by the streetlights outside. "What are you doing?" Chloe's voice was edged with panic. "It wants a show," Lewis said, his figure a dark silhouette against the window. "So, we ray not going to give it one. We ray going to be boring. We ray going to be quiet. We ray going to be still." He sat down on the floor, his back against the wall. He closed his eyes. He wasn't hiding from the silence anymore. He was inviting it in. He was going to sit in the heart of it and refuse to perform. He was going to starve it. After a long moment, Chloe sat down beside him. She didn't speak. She just leaned her shoulder against his. Together, in the dark, they waited, not for a sound, but for the strength to endure the lack of one. The battle was no longer in a desert or a haunted hallway. It was here, in the quiet of a room, in the resolve of a quiet mind. The entity had the whole world as its stage. But Lewis was claiming the one thing it couldn't truly control: his own silence. The minutes stretched into an hour. The only sound was the faint, rhythmic cadence of their breathing. Lewis focused on the feeling of the worn floorboards beneath him, the solidity of the wall at his back, the warmth of Chloe beside him. He let his mind go blank, not in the terrified way he had as a child, but with a deliberate, weary acceptance. This was just a room. He was just a man. There was no story here. Chloe's phone, lying dark on the sofa, remained off. His own phone was in his pocket, a dead weight. Nothing happened. There was no sudden whisper, no flicker of light. The ordinary sounds of the city, a distant siren, the rumble of a truck seemed to have returned, no longer threatening, but merely present. He must have dozed off, because the next thing he knew, a sliver of gray dawn was visible through the window. Chloe was asleep, her head resting on his shoulder. His body was stiff and cold. He carefully shifted, and she stirred, blinking awake. For a moment, there was a peaceful confusion in her eyes before the memory of the night before crashed back in. She sat up straight, looking around the dim apartment. "It is morning," she said. her voice raspy. Louis nodded. He felt a profound exhaustion, but the sharp edge of panic was gone. He stood up, his joints protesting, and walked to the window. The city was waking up. People were heading to work. Cars were filling the streets. Life was proceeding with its mundane, beautiful indifference. "Do you think it worked?" Chloe asked, joining him. Before he could answer, a sharp knock echoed through the apartment. They both froze. It came again, insistent, official. Louis walked to the door and looked through the peephole. Two men in dark suits stood in the hallway. They looked utterly ordinary, which made them seem more threatening than any monster. He unlocked the door and opened it a crack. "Can I help you?" The lead man offered a thin, professional smile. He held up a badge and ID. "Mr. Louis, I am Agent Miller. This is Agent Crow. We ray with the Federal Communications Commission. We'd like to ask you a few questions about a broadcast anomaly last night." Louis felt the floor tilt beneath him. The FCC. It wasn't about ghosts or monsters. It was about signals. The entity hadn't just told a scary story. It had hijacked the airwaves. "Anomaly," Louis repeated, playing dumb. "A high-powered, unlicensed transmission originating from the Black Rock Desert," the agent said, his eyes scanning the apartment behind Louis. It caused significant interference across multiple bandwidths. We have reports of it appearing on television sets, radios, even baby monitors within a 100-mile radius. The content was unusual. The agent's partner, Crow, was staring intently at Louis. His expression was unreadable, but his eyes held a flicker of something that wasn't just bureaucratic curiosity. It was recognition. "We understand you were out there last night, Mr. Louis," Crow said, his voice low. "With a film crew." Louis's blood ran cold. They knew, but how much did they know? Agent Miller continued. The transmission ceased abruptly at 11:23 p.m. We were trying to determine the source and the nature of the equipment used. It was unlike anything we've ever seen. Louis glanced back at Chloe, whose face was a mask of fear. He knew then that it wasn't over. The entity had done exactly what it set out to do. It had transmitted its signal, and now the authorities were listening. They were the new witnesses. The story was finding a new way to be told, not through a documentary series, but through an official investigation. The door had been closed, but 1,000 windows had been opened. Story 2. The hum was the first and last sound of my world. It was the sound of the refrigerator in my small kitchen, a low and steady thrumming that had become the baseline of existence. It was the sound of electricity, of a world that had not yet fully died. And then, on a Tuesday afternoon, no different from the 1,000 Tuesdays that had come before it, it stopped. The silence that rushed in to fill the space was a physical thing. It had weight and texture, a cold, thick wool that pressed against my eardrums and seemed to suck the air from the room. I stood in the center of the kitchen, a can of beans cold in my hand, and listened to the absence. It was more than just the fridge. It was the absence of the distant, ever-present drone of the highway. The absence of the neighbor's dog barking at a squirrel. The absence of the faint, almost imperceptible buzz of the streetlights that used to click on at dusk. The world had been holding its breath for a long time, and now it had finally exhaled, leaving only this terrible, perfect quiet. I looked down at Samson, my old German shepherd, who lay on the frayed kitchen rug. His head was up, his ears pivoting like radar dishes, searching the silence for a frequency he recognized. He let out a soft whine, a question. I had no answer. The grid, the last stubborn vestige of the old world, had finally failed. The hum was gone, and with it, the final pretense that any of this was temporary. Name is Judah. I believe I am the last man on earth. This is not a statement of pride or despair, but a simple, cold fact like the temperature or the time of sunset. The plague, which the news anchors, before they too fell silent, had called the gray rot, did not kill quickly. It was a slow unraveling. It began with a cough, a slight graying of the skin at the fingertips, a metallic taste in the mouth. Then came the lethargy, the light sensitivity. People retreated into their homes, drawing the blinds. The last images on television were of empty streets, and occasionally a stumbling figure, pale as a grub, shambling through the twilight. They were not dead. They were changed. Their eyes turned the color of tarnished silver, and they developed a terrible aversion to loud noise and bright light, but a predatory hunger for the warmth of the unafflicted. We called them the quiet ones. They did not moan or rage. They hunted in a profound, patient silence. My house became my fortress. I had boarded the windows years ago, leaving only narrow slits for the light. The walls were lined with books, my insulation against madness. My days were a ritual of survival. Mornings for scavenging in the dead neighborhoods, always returning before the light began to fail. Afternoons for maintenance, for reading, for trying to remember the sound of a human voice. Evenings for silence, for sitting with Samson in the absolute dark, listening to the world outside. Sometimes we would hear them. Not a sound exactly, but a disturbance in the silence. A soft, scraping drag against the side of the house. The faint rustle of something moving through the overgrown grass. They were always out there, patient as tide, waiting for a mistake. The failure of the power changed the equation. The freezer, my last repository of meat, would thaw. The pumps that drew water from my deep well would not run. The silence was no longer just a threat. It was a new, permanent state. The world had become a museum of which I was the sole curator, and now the lights had gone out for good. The next morning, I prepared for a longer journey. I needed to get to Henderson S. Hardware, on the other side of town, for a hand pump. Samson paced anxiously by the door, sensing the deviation from our routine. I checked my rifle, the barrel clean and oiled, the weight of it a familiar comfort. I slung a pack over my shoulders, filled with water, a little food, and extra shells. The sound of the bolt sliding home on my front door was the loudest noise in the New World. The town was a graveyard sculpted from weeds and rust. Houses sagged on their foundations, their windows like sightless eyes. Vines choked the lampposts, and trees had burst through the sidewalks, their roots curling like great, petrified serpents. The air smelled of damp earth decay, and the sweet, cloying scent of honeysuckle run wild. My boots crunched on the gravel of my driveway, a sound that seemed blasphemous in the hush. Samson trotted ahead, his nose to the ground, a gray ghost in the morning mist. We moved with a practiced stealth, sticking to the shadows, pausing at every corner to listen. The silence was a canvas, and any sound we made was a brushstroke of danger. I saw signs of them everywhere. A footprint in the mud, long and narrow, with toes that seemed too articulated. A patch of grass worn down to dirt in a particular spot. A watching post. A faint, coppery smell that sometimes hung in the air near storm drains and basements. The scent of their dens. It was on the return trip, the heavy hand pump straining my back, that I saw the smoke. It was a thin, gray tendril, rising from the woods behind the old elementary school. I stopped dead, my heart hammering against my ribs. For a full minute, I just stared, trying to process the impossibility. Fire. Controlled fire meant intention. It meant someone else. Samson let out a low growl, the fur on his back bristling. He was not looking at the smoke, but into the trees lining the road. I followed his gaze and saw them. 3 of the quiet ones. They stood perfectly still among the trunks, their pale skin almost luminous in the gloom. They were unnaturally thin, their limbs elongated, their heads tilted as if listening to a sound from very far away. Their silver eyes were fixed on me. They did not advance. They simply watched, a silent jury assessing a trespasser. I raised my rifle, the stock cool against my cheek. They did not flinch. They were waiting. For what? I did not know. I began to back away slowly, one step at a time, never taking my eyes off them. Samson backed with me, a low, continuous rumble in his throat. After 50 yards, I turned and ran, the weight of the pump forgotten in the surge of adrenaline. I did not stop until I was back inside my house, the bolt thrown, the darkness of my fortress closing around me. I could not forget the smoke. It was a seed of hope, a terrifying, dangerous hope. For a week, I warred with myself. Contact was a risk beyond calculation. It could be a trap. The quiet ones were cunning in their way. But what if it was real? What if there was another soul clinging to the edge of this abyss? Finally, curiosity, that most human of frailties, won. I left at first light, telling myself I would only observe. I left Samson behind, much to his dismay, his whines echoing in the silent house. I couldn't risk him giving me away. I found the cabin nestled in a deep hollow, almost invisible until you were upon it. It was small, built of rough-hewn logs, with a stone chimney from which the faintest wisp of smoke still rose. I circled it from a distance, using the thick pines for cover. There was a garden, fenced with chicken wire, where scraggly vegetables grew. A rain barrel, a woodpile, signs of a sustained, solitary life. I watched for an hour, perched on a ridge overlooking the clearing. Then the door opened. A woman stepped out. She was tall and lean, her hair a wild tangle of dark curls streaked with gray. She carried an axe and began splitting logs with an efficient, powerful grace. She did not look like someone who had been broken by the world. She looked like someone who had made a separate peace with it. Her name, I would learn, was Adriana. I must have made a sound, a snapped twig, or a sharp intake of breath, because she stopped mid-swing and turned, her eyes scanning the tree line. She didn't call out. She simply stood, axe in hand, waiting. "I am here," I said, my voice a rusty croak from disuse. I stepped out from the pines, my hands held up. She did not look surprised. Her eyes, a startlingly clear green, took me in with a calm, unnerving intensity. "I know," she said. "I've seen your tracks. You ray the one from the house on Elm Street. The reader." Her words unsettled me deeply. She had been watching me as I watched the quiet ones. The line between observer and observed had blurred. Adriana was not like me. Where I clung to routine as a shield against the void, she seemed to embrace the emptiness. She spoke of the quiet ones not with terror, but with a strange, clinical pity. "They ray not monsters, Judah," she said to me one evening as we shared a rabbit she had snared. "They ray what's next." The world had a fever, and we were the virus. "They are the convalescents. They hunt us," I argued, the memory of their silver eyes still cold in my mind. "Do they," she asked, her gaze level, "or do they simply collect?" "They are drawn to the heat of us, the memory of what they were. It's a reflex, like a moth to a flame. But they are changing, evolving. They are learning to live in this new quiet." She challenged everything I believed. She claimed the plague was not a punishment, but a transition, a shedding. She spoke of hearing a kind of music on the wind sometimes, a vibration that was not sound, a call that the quiet ones seemed to hear. She called it the hum, but it was not the hum of machinery. It was something older, something from deep in the earth or high in the stars. I began spending more time with her. Days turned into weeks. Samson accepted her, resting his head on her lap as she stroked his fur. She brought a warmth into my life I had forgotten existed, but with it came a deeper terror. The fortress I had built, not just of wood and nails, but of my mind, was being dismantled brick by brick. Her worldview was a slow poison, and I was drinking it willingly. One night, a night of no moon, we were walking back from her cabin to my house. We had stayed too late. The darkness was absolute, a velvet blackness that pressed against your eyes. We were halfway there when we heard it, not a scrape or a rustle, but a soft chorus of sighs. They were all around us, dozens of them. Their pale forms were just visible, standing in a wide circle, blocking our path. My rifle was in my hands, but I knew it was useless. There were too many. Samson was a statue of tension at my side, a silent snarl on his lips. I expected them to rush us, to pull us down into their silent, cold hunger. But they didn't move. They simply stood, their silver eyes reflecting the starlight. And then they began to sway, almost imperceptibly, a gentle, rhythmic motion. It was not threatening. It was reverent. Adriana stepped forward, away from me. "It's all right, Judah," she whispered. "Listen." I listened. I heard nothing but the frantic beating of my own heart. But Adriana tilted her head, a look of serene understanding on her face. She took another step toward the circle, and the quiet ones parted for her, creating a path. She looked back at me, her green eyes full of a sorrowful kindness. "They ray not waiting for us to make a mistake," she said. "They ray waiting for us to understand. The hum is for everyone. You just have to stop fighting the silence." And then she walked into their midst. They closed around her, not with violence, but with a strange, gentle curiosity. I saw a pale hand reach out and touch her hair, not to tear, but to feel. Another placed a hand on her arm. They were absorbing her warmth, her vitality, but it did not look like an attack. It looked like a communion. She did not scream. She smiled, a beatific, terrifying smile, and then she turned and walked with them, deeper into the darkness, until they were all swallowed by the night. I stood there for a long time, alone but for Samson. The world was silent again, but the silence was different. It was no longer empty. It was full of Adriana's words, full of the image of her walking willingly into that pale congregation. I returned to my house. I bolted the door, but the fortress was gone. The words in my books were just ink on dead paper. The routines were empty gestures. I had seen the hunter embraced by the hunted, and the world had tilted on its axis. Weeks passed. The seasons began to turn. I continued to survive, but I was going through the motions. I saw the quiet ones more frequently now. They did not hide from me. They would be standing at the edge of my property at dusk, simply watching, waiting. I no longer felt fear when I saw them. I felt a strange, aching longing. One evening, I was filling a bucket from the well, the hand pump groaning with each stroke. Samson, who had been lying nearby, suddenly stood up. He was old, his muzzle gone gray, but he was alert. He looked toward the tree line, but instead of growling, his tail gave a tentative wag. He took a few steps forward, then looked back at me, whining softly. I followed his gaze. A young, quiet one, a girl who might have been 10 years old when the world ended, stood there. Her silver eyes were fixed on Samson. She held out a pale, thin hand. In it was a dead bird, a sparrow, offered like a gift. Samson took another step, then another. He sniffed the air, his whole body quivering. He looked at me once more, a look of confusion and profound need, and then he walked slowly to the girl. She knelt, and he nuzzled her hand. She stroked his head, her touch feather-light. Then she rose and turned, walking back toward the woods. Samson hesitated for only a second before following her. He did not look back. I did not call him. I did not raise my rifle. I simply watched my last companion, the warm, breathing proof of my own humanity, walk away from me and disappear into the shadows. That was yesterday. Now, I sit on the porch of my empty house. The sun is setting, painting the sky in shades of violet and orange. The air is cool. I am not afraid. I am waiting. I look down at my hands, resting on my knees. The skin on my fingertips, the ones that grip the rifle, the ones that turn the pages of books, has taken on a faint, dusty gray hue. It is not a stain. It is a softening, a quieting. When I listen, not with my ears, but with something deeper, I can almost hear it, a vibration, a frequency just below hearing. The hum. It is not a sound of machines. It is the sound of the earth breathing. It is the sound of a great, patient turning. Soon the others will come. They will stand at the edge of the lawn, their silver eyes holding no malice, only a quiet invitation. And when they do, I will stand. I will not take my rifle. I will not look back at the house with its dead books and its memories of noise. I will simply walk forward into the gathering quiet and join the great, silent convalescence of the world. The last thing I see before I close my eyes and listen for the hum is a single, late-season dandelion growing through a crack in the porch step, its white, perfect head catching the last of the light. It is a detail I had never noticed before. It is inexplicably beautiful. The gray is spreading up my wrists now, a slow tide of twilight under my skin. It doesn't hurt. It feels like a shedding, a layer of noise I never knew I was wearing being gently peeled away. The constant, low-grade anxiety that has been the tempo of my heart for years is softening into a different rhythm, something slower and more ancient. I can feel the vibration Adriana spoke of, not in the air, but in the bones of my feet against the wooden porch, in the marrow of my own skeleton. The hum is not a sound you hear. It is a state you inhabit. They come as the last sliver of sun vanishes behind the hills. They do not emerge from the trees. They are simply there, standing at the property line where the lawn surrenders to the wild. A dozen of them, maybe more. Their forms are indistinct in the deepening gloom, but their eyes catch the starlight, a constellation of soft, silver points aimed in my direction. They are waiting. There is no urgency in their posture, only an infinite patience. I push myself up from the steps. My joints are stiff, but it is the stiffness of long disuse, not of age. I leave the door to the house open. There is no need to close it anymore. The wind and the rain and the creeping vines are welcome to it. The stories inside are all finished. I walk across the lawn. The grass is wet with dew, and each step feels significant, a final punctuation mark on a very long sentence. I do not look at the silent figures ahead. I look at the sky, at the impossible spread of stars, undimmed by any human light. I had forgotten how many there were. The silence is no longer an emptiness to be feared. It is a vastness to be filled with this new way of listening. The circle of quiet one's parts as I approach. I catch the faint, clean scent of damp earth and cold stone from them. I step into their midst. There is no touching, not yet. They simply turn as one, and we begin to walk together toward the woods. My eyes adjust to the deeper darkness under the canopy. I see now that their movements are not shambling or clumsy. They are fluid and efficient, their feet making no sound on the bed of pine needles. They move as part of the forest, not through it. We walk for a long time. I do not know where we are going, and I find I do not care. The destination is irrelevant. It is the movement that matters, this silent, communal procession. The last vestiges of my old self, the man named Judah who built walls and kept ledgers of cans and bullets, are dissolving like mist. The fear is gone. The loneliness is a memory of a different creature, one that lived in a louder, harsher world. We come to a place where the trees thin out, opening onto the shore of a wide, still lake. The moon, a sharp crescent, casts a thin, silver path across the black water. The quiet ones stop at the edge. They stand facing the lake, and as one, they tilt their heads back slightly. I feel a shift in the hum, a slight intensification. It is a call, and then I see them. All around the perimeter of the lake, emerging from the woods on all sides, are hundreds more. Thousands. Their pale forms gather silently along the shore, a vast, quiet assembly reflected in the perfect mirror of the water. This is not a hunting pack. This is a congregation. I feel a hand on my arm. It is cool, but not cold. The touch is light, inquisitive. I look into the silver eyes of the being beside me, and I see not an animal hunger, but a deep, placid recognition. It is the same look Samson gave me before he left, a look of simple, unquestioning belonging. A profound sense of peace washes over me. So total and complete it is almost dizzying. I have spent a lifetime fighting the silence, building my small, noisy fortress against the inevitable. Now, I finally lay down the weapons I have carried for so long. I let them fall, not with a clatter, but with a sigh that is lost in the greater quiet. I close my eyes. I stop trying to see. I stop trying to hear with my ears. I open myself fully to the hum. It rises from the lake, from the trees, from the stars above, and from the quiet figures all around me. It is the pulse of the world itself, a slow, steady, healing rhythm. It is the sound of the gray rot not as an end, but as a beginning. A great, gentle correction. I am not the last man on earth. I am the latest to finally come home. The gray has spread up my arms, a soothing coolness that whispers through my veins. My breathing has slowed to match the deep, tidal rhythm of the hum. I am no longer walking. I am being guided, my feet knowing the path as if I have walked it 1,000 times before. We move away from the lake, not back into the woods, but up a gentle, rocky slope dotted with hardy, wind-stunted pines. The air grows thinner, cleaner. We reach a high plateau where the wind moves with a soft, constant pressure. The others stop and form a wide ring, facing outward. I am gently ushered to the center. There is no ceremony, no ritual that my old mind would recognize. It is simply a gathering, a convergence. I look out at the sea of pale, upturned faces under the starlight. Their silver eyes are not looking at me, but through me, as if I am a window. I understand now. They are not individuals as I once understood the term. They are nodes in a network, a single consciousness distributed across thousands of silent forms. Adriana was not consumed, she was integrated. Samson was not seduced, he was welcomed. My own sense of self, the stubborn, lonely I that has been Judah, is the final barrier. It is the last wall to be dismantled. I close my eyes again. This time, I do not just listen to the hum, I reach for it. I let my own faint, flickering consciousness flow outward toward the vast, silent presence surrounding me. There is a moment of resistance, a final instinctual clutch at my individuality, a ghost of fear. Then it releases. It is not like dying. It is like remembering. A flood of sensations that are not my own washes over me. I feel the deep, patient growth of roots in the dark soil. I feel the cool rush of water over stone in underground aquifers. I feel the slow turn of the planet and the cold kiss of starlight from millennia ago. I feel Adriana's calm acceptance, a warm point of light in the great tapestry. I feel the simple, loyal warmth of Samson, a contented sigh in the darkness. My memories are still there, but they are no longer mine alone. They are like books on a shelf in a vast, silent library, available but no longer defining. The pain of loss, the weight of survival, the echo of gunfire, and the taste of stale water, it all becomes data, experience. A single thread woven into a much larger, quieter story. I open my eyes, but the seeing is different. It is shared. I see through 1,000 pairs of eyes at once. I see the forest from the perspective of the trees, the lake from the perspective of the water, the stars from the perspective of the void between them. The gray has completed its work. My skin is now the same soft, luminous gray as the others. The transformation is total. We stand there on the plateau as the night deepens and then begins to fade. When the first hint of dawn touches the eastern sky, we move as one. There is no discussion, no decision. The knowledge is simply present. Our purpose is not to build, or to hunt, or to survive. Our purpose is to be, to witness, to feel the slow, healing convalescence of the world. We descend from the high place and spread out, drifting through the silent towns and empty cities like mist. We are the caretakers of the quiet. We are the memory of what was, and the promise of what will be, long after the last steel tower has rusted to dust and the last book has crumbled to ash. The great noise is over. The long, gentle hum has begun, and I am part of it. I am finally, completely, silent. The days lose their names. The sun and moon are simply lights that cycle across the sky, markers in a timeless existence. I move with the others, a single note in the hum. We walk through the skeleton of the city I once fled. Vines snake through the shattered windows of skyscrapers, and trees burst through the asphalt of forgotten streets. It is not a tomb, as I once thought. It is a garden returning to its wild state. We pause by the rusted husk of a car. A rose bush gone feral blooms from the open trunk. Its crimson flowers a shocking burst of color against the gray and green. One of us, a form that was once a woman, reaches out a pale hand and gently touches a petal. I feel the delicate texture of it through her touch, the miracle of its persistence. We do not pick it. We simply appreciate its brief, fierce declaration of beauty before moving on. Our path is not random. We are drawn to places where the world's fever burned hottest, where the noise was most deafening. The old power plants, the stock exchanges, the airports. We stand in these places for hours, sometimes days, not in judgment, but in absorption. We are sponges soaking up the last, fading echoes of that frantic energy, calming the psychic scars left on the land. The hum grows stronger in these places, a balm of silence poured over a wound. I see others like I was sometimes. Furtive, frightened figures clutching weapons, peering from broken windows or scurrying into shadows. They see us, and their fear is a sharp, hot spike in the quiet. We do not pursue them. We simply stop and turn our collective gaze toward them. We offer not a threat, but an invitation in our stillness. Most turn and run, their hearts hammering a frantic rhythm of the old world. But a few pause. They lower their weapons. They watch us, and for a moment, the terror in their eyes is replaced by a dawning, terrible curiosity. We wait. The choice is always theirs. One day, we find a young man hiding in the basement of a library. He is emaciated, his eyes wild with a loneliness so profound it is like a physical force. He holds a knife, but his hand shakes uncontrollably. He screams at us to stay back, the sound raw and ugly in the sacred quiet. We form a semicircle at the base of the stairs, simply watching. The hum swells around him, a gentle pressure. His screaming turns to sobs, then to a choked silence. He drops the knife. He looks at our peaceful, gray faces, our understanding eyes, and the fight drains out of him. He takes a hesitant step forward, then another. He walks past me, and I feel the heat of his living body, the frantic pulse of his blood. He does not look at me as an individual, but as part of the whole. He walks into our midst, and we close around him. I feel his fear, his exhaustion, his surrender. It is a bright, brief flame that quickly cools and merges with the gentle glow of our shared consciousness. Another soul has come home. We continue our work. The seasons turn and the world grows greener, quieter. The air is clean. The water runs clear. We are shepherds of this new peace. There is no past to mourn, no future to fear. There is only the eternal present, the constant, soothing vibration of the hum. I have no name. I am simply part of the we. I am the silent witness to the end of one story and the patient, unhurried beginning of the next. The great convalescence is nearly complete. The world is healing, and we are its quiet, beating heart. The rain begins to fall, a soft, steady pattering on the leaves above and the dust below. It passes through the broken roof of the library, falling onto our gray shoulders. We do not seek shelter. The water is cool and clean, a baptism that washes the last of the dust from the old world from our skin. The young man who just joined us lifts his face to the sky. His mouth opens slightly, and I feel his wonder as if it were my own. It is the simple, profound wonder of rain after a long drought. We move on, leaving the library to its slow digestion by paper and ivy. Our journey takes us north, following the migratory paths of birds we feel more than see, drawn by a pull as certain as gravity. The land rises into rolling hills, and the air grows sharp with the scent of pine and cold stone. We come to a wide, high valley, sheltered by mountains on all sides. A river, clear as glass, cuts a silver path through the center. This is a place of deep quiet, a nexus where the hum is strongest. Here we stop our wandering. There is no discussion, only a collective understanding that this is a place of gathering, a place of rest. We begin to simply be. We stand for days on end along the riverbank, our feet in the cool water, our faces turned to the sun. We are not idle. Our presence here is an act of deep focus. The hum we generate, the silent frequency of our shared being, radiates out from this valley like ripples from a stone dropped in a still pond. We are tuning the world, note by silent note. Sometimes, one of us will detach from the whole and walk to the highest point of the valley, a flat-topped rock that overlooks the river bend. They stand there for a time, alone yet completely connected, and then they simply lie down. Their gray form settles into the moss and the soft earth, and slowly, over days or weeks, they begin to merge with the stone and the soil. It is not death. It is a deeper integration, a returning of conscious silence to the unconscious silence of the earth. Their essence remains in the hum, a strengthening of the cord. I feel the time approaching for my own ascent. The memory of being Judah is a distant, faded picture in a book I no longer need to read. I have witnessed the turning of the world, and my part in its active healing is complete. One evening, as the light bleeds from the sky in shades of lavender and gold, I feel the pull. I turn from the river and walk toward the high rock. The others do not watch me go, but I feel their silent blessing, a wave of peaceful acknowledgement. The climb is effortless. The rock is warm from the day's sun. I lie down on my back, looking up at the first stars pricking the deep blue canopy. The granite feels like an extension of my own bones. I can feel the immense, slow thoughts of the mountain beneath me. I close my eyes and let my awareness expand one final time. I feel the roots of the trees drinking deeply from the water table. I feel the patient journey of the river to a distant, unseen sea. I feel the countless others, scattered across the continent, standing in their own silent vigils. There is no moment of cessation. There is only a gentle yielding. My individual awareness dissolves like a sugar cube in water, sweetening the whole. The last thing I perceive is the hum, no longer an external sound, but the very fabric of my being, eternal and unending. The great silence has taken me back. The world is at peace. The rock accepts my form without resistance. The slow pulse of the mountain becomes my own heartbeat, a rhythm measured in millennia, not seconds. Stars above are no longer distant points of light, but close, familiar companions in the vast, quiet dark. My body, the vessel that once carried a man named Judah, settles into the granite. It does not decay in the way of old flesh. It petrifies, not into cold stone, but into something warmer, a living mineral that hums in harmony with the earth's core. The moss creeps over my limbs, a green blanket, and small white flowers take root in the cracks that form. A final, gentle exhalation. The valley continues its quiet work. Others come and go from the high rock, each departure adding a new layer of strength to the silent frequency that blankets the world. The seasons cycle, and the evidence of the noisy world fades further, buried under layers of soil and new growth. The air is so clear that the stars at night are a solid, milky river across the sky. Centuries pass. A sapling takes root in the soil that is gathered near my shoulder. It grows into a tall pine, its roots intertwining with the stone that was once my body, drawing sustenance from the deep peace held within. A bird builds a nest in its branches, and the vibration of its tiny, rapid heart is a joyful counterpoint to the slow hum. I am the tree. I am the bird. I am the rock and the rain that falls upon it. The distinction was always an illusion. One day, a new presence enters the valley. It is not a furtive, frightened survivor clutching the ghost of the past. It is a child. She walks with an unerring sense of purpose, her small feet bare on the soft grass. Her skin is not gray, but it carries a faint luminescence, a hint of the silence within. She is the first of a new kind, born from a world that has known only the hum. She approaches the river and kneels, drinking from her cupped hands. She sees us, the silent forms along the bank, and merged with the landscape, not as strange beings, but as part of the natural order, like the stones and the trees. She looks up at the high rock, at the pine tree growing from its summit. She smiles, a flash of pure, quiet understanding. She does not climb. She simply sits by the water, folding her hands in her lap. She closes her eyes, and her own small, bright silence joins the greater hum, not in surrender, but in greeting. She is the first note of a new song, one that will someday rise from the silence, not to break it, but to celebrate it. The caretakers have done their work. The world is ready for what comes next. The child stays by the river for a long time. Her presence is like a new instrument being tuned to the orchestra, a clear, bright tone that harmonizes perfectly with the deep hum. She does not age as the old ones did. She simply is, a constant, gentle note in the valley's song. Over time, others like her arrive. They come from different directions, drawn to this place as we were. They are children of the quiet world, born of the peace we helped cultivate. They build nothing, but they tend to the valley with a light touch, clearing a path for the river when it floods, planting seeds they find on their wanderings. They speak, but not with words. Their communication is a fluid exchange of images and feelings, a silent language that is the natural evolution of the hum. They understand the legacy of the gray ones. They often sit at the base of the high rock, their small hands pressed against the stone, listening to the ancient memories held within. They know of the time of noise, not as a history lesson, but as a faint, lingering echo in the stone, a cautionary tale of a fever that has finally broken. I am everywhere and nowhere. I am the sunlight warming the rock. I am the memory in the granite. I am the patience of the mountains. My consciousness is the valley itself. I watch the new children grow in number, a small community of light and quiet. They learn from the world directly, their minds open to the wisdom of the wind and the water. They have no leaders, for they are of one mind, a newer, brighter version of the collective we once were. They are not the end of the story, but a new chapter written in a gentler hand. One evening, as the sky turns the color of a deep bruise, the children gather by the river. They form a circle, holding hands. They begin to sing. The sound is not made with voices, but with their minds. It is a vibration that ripples through the air, a melody of pure feeling that speaks of gratitude for the earth, of joy in existence, of a quiet, boundless love. It is the first true song this world has heard in 1,000 years, and it is beautiful because it asks for nothing. It simply is. Song rises, weaving through the trees, bouncing off the canyon walls, and merging with the stars. It is the sound of a world that has healed, not just survived. It is the sound of a future, finally ready to begin. The song lingers long after the children have released hands and drifted away to their rest. It hangs in the air like the scent of rain, a permanent enrichment of the valley's atmosphere. The stars seem to burn a little brighter, listening. The hum, the foundation of this new age, has found its voice. It is no longer just a frequency of acceptance, but one of expression. The children are the gardeners of this new world, but their cultivation is subtle. They do not till the soil or build fences. Instead, they walk the land, and where they walk, life responds. A barren patch of earth suddenly sprouts with clover. A stunted tree stretches its branches a little higher. They are conduits for the world's own vitality, encouraging it without forcing it. They have learned the language of the roots and the rivers, and they speak it fluently. Seasons turn in a blur of gentle change. I am the valley, and I feel the passage of time as a slow, deep breath. The children grow, but they do not become adults burdened with worry. They remain as they are, their bodies maturing into forms of grace and strength, their silent communion deepening. They are the first true natives of this quiet earth. One day, a young man and a woman, two of the first to arrive, climb the high rock. They do not lie down to merge with the stone as we did. They sit together near the base of the pine tree that grows from my form. They place their hands on the rock, and I feel the warm, living pressure of their touch. They are not seeking to join me. They are listening, and they are sharing. A complex, beautiful image flows from them into the stone, a vision not of the past, but of a potential future. It is a vision of more children, born not from survivors, but from them, from this new race of silence. It is a vision of the song growing, spreading across the continents, a network of light and peace. They are asking a blessing, not from a god, but from the memory of the world, from the sacrifice that made their existence possible. A profound feeling of affirmation flows from the rock, from the mountain, from the integrated consciousness of all the gray ones. It is a feeling of rightness, of completion. The cycle continues. The two descend from the rock, their hands linked. In the years that follow, new children appear in the valley. They are born with eyes that already hold the deep, the second generation, even more attuned to the hum, their connection to the living earth as natural as breathing. They learn the silent language from the wind and the water before they learn it from their parents. The valley fills with their gentle, wordless play. The great convalescence is over. The patient is not just healed, it is thriving. The world is alive with a consciousness that is both collective and individual, a symphony of silent minds. The purpose of the gray ones is fulfilled. We are the bedrock upon which this new world is built, the deep, steady bass note that allows the brighter, more complex melodies to soar. We are the memory, and they are the dream. And the dream is good. The dream continues to unfold, season upon season. The valley becomes a cradle, but the children are not meant to stay in the cradle forever. As their numbers grow, a natural restlessness stirs within them, not born of fear or want, but of a quiet curiosity about the wider world. They feel the pull of other silent hearts across the vastness of the land. One morning, a group of them, including the first young man and woman, stand by the river. They look at each other, and a shared decision passes between them without a single gestured word. It is time to wander. They leave the valley in small groups, heading in different directions. They carry nothing, for the world provides. They are going out to meet the others they feel in the stillness, to weave the isolated pockets of the new humanity into a wider tapestry. I feel them go, their individual lights receding like slow-moving stars. The valley is not diminished by their departure. It remains the heart, and now its pulse travels through them, along new pathways. The ones who stay continue to tend the silence. The song is sung each evening, a little different each time, as new experiences from the wanderers are felt and incorporated. The world is being mapped not by borders or roads, but by threads of silent understanding. Years flow into decades. The wanderers return sometimes, their silent stories rich with the sights of oceans they have swum in and deserts that bloomed at their touch. They speak of meeting other communities, of children born in other sheltered places, all sharing the same quiet light in their eyes. The great network is forming, a living web of peace. I am the valley. I am the memory of Judah and of all the others who lie down to become the earth. I am the patience of stone and the resilience of roots. One afternoon, a young child, a descendant of the first ones, climbs the high rock. She is different. Her luminescence is brighter, and her connection to the hum is so absolute that she seems to be made of light and air. She sits where the pine tree S roots grip the stone, and she places her palm flat against the trunk. She does not listen for the past. Instead, she projects a single, clear question into the ancient consciousness of the rock. It is not a question of words, but of feeling. It is a question about the nature of the silence itself, about what lies beyond the hum. It is the first question asked in generations, and it is not born of doubt, but of a deeper yearning to understand. The answer that rises from the stone is not an answer at all. It is a feeling of infinite possibility. The silence is not an end. It is a beginning. The great work of healing was only the first step. The next step is exploration, not of land, but of being. The child understands. She smiles, a radiant expression that holds the promise of mysteries yet to be unfolded. She descends, carrying this new potential back to the others. The evening song that night is different. It has a new quality, a sense of wonder and anticipation. The children of silence are ready to become the children of discovery. The world is healed. The world is whole. And now, the long, quiet, and beautiful afternoon of existence begins. The new quality in the song becomes a permanent part of the Valley's voice. The children, both those who remain and those who return from their wanderings, carry the question with them. Their silent language evolves to encompass this new dimension of wonder. Their shared visions are no longer just of the physical world, but of the intricate patterns of life energy that flow through it, the connections that bind the flight of a bird to the turning of a planet. Generations pass. The physical forms of the first children eventually return to the earth, but their essence remains woven into the hum, their experiences adding depth and color to the collective memory. The valley is never empty. It is a constant hub of quiet activity, a place of learning and sharing. The high rock, with its ancient pine, is the center of it all. It is not a shrine, but a teacher. The children learn to read the layers of memory within it, understanding the long journey from noise to silence, from sickness to health. One day, a young woman stands on the rock. She is a direct descendant many times over of the first couple who climbed it. She looks out at the valley, not with her eyes alone, but with her entire being. She perceives the network of light that connects every leaf, every stone, every person. She sees the history of the place as a single, flowing river of time. And she sees the future not as a straight line, but as a vast, open field of potential. She turns her attention inward to the silence within herself. The question posed by her ancestor burns brightly there. What lies beyond the hum? She focuses, not seeking to break the silence, but to listen to its deepest layers. And there, at the very core of her being, she finds not an answer, but a doorway. It is a threshold of pure consciousness, a place where the self expands to become one with the universe in a way that is more profound than even the we had ever known. She does not cross it, not yet, but she knows it is there. She shares this discovery, not as a vision, but as an invitation. A new kind of wandering begins. It is a journey inward. The children learn to sit in deep meditation, exploring the infinite landscape of their own silent minds. They discover that the external peace of the world is a reflection of an internal peace that has no limits. The world continues to thrive. The cities of the old world are now little more than gentle mounds, fertile and green, home to herds of deer and families of foxes. The air is clean, the water pure. But the greatest exploration is now happening within the minds of the people. They are mapping the constellations of consciousness itself. The purpose of the gray ones is now a foundation, so deep it is almost forgotten, like the bedrock beneath the soil. We are the promise that was kept. The young woman on the rock eventually lies down, not to merge with the stone, but to journey inward one final time. Her body remains a serene shell, but her consciousness passes through the doorway, adding a new note to the cosmic hum, a note of infinite discovery. The story did not end with the healing, nor with the song. It was merely preparing the stage. The children of silence have become the explorers of eternity, and their journey, like the silence itself, has no end. The exploration of the inner world becomes the new horizon. The children no longer measure distance in miles, but in depths of understanding. They gather in the valley not to sing of the earth, but to share the vistas they have found within themselves. They speak of silent oceans of compassion and mountains of crystalline memory. They learn to touch the consciousness of other beings, not to control, but to simply know the fox's joy in the hunt, or the eagle's solitude on the wind. The boundary between self and other softens, not into a collective, but into a profound and respectful intimacy. Centuries fold into one another like soft cloth. The physical needs of the people are minimal, their bodies sustained by the energy of the planet and their own focused will. They have learned to gently guide their own biological processes, living long, purposeful spans before choosing to return their essence to the hum, their bodies dissolving into light. The valley is now a library of souls, each life a volume of experience added to the whole. A new understanding dawns. The doorway the young woman found was not an end, but a beginning of a greater connection. The hum, they realize, is not just the sound of the earth. It is the sound of the universe, a fundamental vibration that connects all things. The stars are not distant fires, but close relatives, singing their own verses in the same cosmic song. The children turn their inner senses upward, listening. They begin to hear the faint, beautiful melodies of other worlds, other lives that have also found their way to peace. They are not alone. The great silence was never an emptiness. It was a listening. And now they are ready to answer. A new project is conceived, not with tools or machines, but with the collective focus of every silent mind on the planet. They turn their attention to a single star, one whose song feels familiar and welcoming. Together, they weave a response. It is not a message of words or mathematics. It is a gift. It is the story of their world, from the fever of noise to the healing silence, from the first gray ones to the star-listening children. They send the memory of the valley, the warmth of the sun on rock, the taste of clear water, and the quiet joy of existence. They send it not as a radio wave, but as a ripple in the fabric of the hum itself, a gentle pulse traveling faster than light, a whisper along the threads that bind the cosmos. Then they wait, but it is not a waiting of anxiety. It is the patient waiting of a tree for the sun. They continue their inner explorations, their lives rich and full, their awareness stretching across the galaxy. The answer, when it comes, is not a sound. It is a feeling that blooms simultaneously in every heart. It is a sense of welcome, of recognition. It carries the taste of a different atmosphere, and the sight of an alien sky, but the same core of peace. It is a feeling of companionship across the unimaginable void. The children smile. The universe is not a cold, dark place. It is a garden, and they have just been introduced to their nearest neighbors. The long, quiet afternoon deepens into a starlit evening, full of promise and shared stories yet to be told. Story 3. The first thing I noticed was the silence. Not an absence of sound, but a different kind of quiet. The kind that feels like a held breath. The birds had stopped their midday chatter. The constant rustle of unseen things in the undergrowth had ceased. There was only the soft crunch of our boots on the pine needle carpet and the sound of my own blood pulsing in my ears. Then came the other sensation, the one that had nothing to do with hearing. It was a pressure, a subtle tightening of the skin on the back of my neck, a cold spot between my shoulder blades that had nothing to do with the shade. I stopped walking, my hand going instinctively to the strap of my backpack, gripping it like a lifeline. Jonas Ray, a few paces ahead, sensed my halt and turned. His face, usually a map of easy confidence, was etched with a fatigue that went deeper than the 10 miles we already covered. "Everything all right, Leo?" he asked, his voice low, meant only for me. I couldn't find the words. "How do you say? I feel like something is standing just behind that thicket of hemlock, and it has been for the last hour, and it is not an animal." It sounded foolish, the paranoid fantasy of a city boy out of his depth. "Just a stitch," I lied, rubbing my side. "Need a second." Hugh, coming up behind me, snorted. "A stitch? Christ, Leo, we ray not even to the ridge yet." He pushed past me, his broad shoulders brushing against my pack. There was a heat coming off him, a simmering resentment that had been building since we left the trailhead 2 days ago. It was an old argument, one we never spoke of directly, but it hung between us like a foul odor, coloring every interaction. He blamed Jonas Ray for something, and by extension, he blamed me for always siding with Jonas Ray. Our fourth, Micah, just looked at the ground, his hands shoved deep into his pockets, a silent witness to the slow unraveling of a friendship that had once felt unbreakable. "Take your minute," Jonas Ray said, his eyes holding mine. He saw more than I let on. He always did. He was our reluctant leader, the planner, the one with the maps and the compass and the calm, steady voice. But even his calm was wearing thin in this place. The whispering pines of West Virginia were not like the forests of our youth. This was old growth, primordial. The trees were giants, their trunks so wide that 3 men couldn't have encircled them. Their canopy was so thick that the afternoon sun reached the forest floor in broken, dusty shafts, creating a perpetual twilight. The air was heavy, with the scent of damp earth and decay, a sweet, cloying smell that clung to the back of the throat. We moved on, the feeling clinging to me. It was the sensation of being watched, not with curiosity, but with a patient, ancient assessment. As if we were insects crawling across a page of a book, whose language we could never hope to understand. I found myself staring into the deep shadows between the trees, my eyes straining to make out a shape, a movement, anything to give form to the formless dread. I saw only the endless, repeating patterns of trunks and ferns, a labyrinth designed by a madman. It was Micah who found the first symbol. He wandered off the faint path to relieve himself and called us over with a voice so quiet it was almost a whisper. Carved into the smooth, gray bark of a massive beech tree was a spiral. But it was wrong. The lines were too sharp, too deep, gouged into the living wood with brutal force. And at the center of the spiral, instead of a point, was a small, crude shape that looked like a lidless eye. The wood around the carving was stained a dark, rusty brown, as if sap and something else had wept from the wound for a very long time. "What the hell is that?" Hugh muttered, reaching out a finger to touch it. "Dante," Jonah's Ray said sharply, grabbing his wrist. "Just Dante." There was a tension in his voice I'd never heard before. It wasn't just caution. It was a kind of primal revulsion. We stood there, the four of us, staring at the marked tree. The silence felt heavier here, concentrated. That S when I heard it. A sound so faint I thought it was the wind at first. A dry, rustling whisper, like pages turning. It seemed to come from the trees themselves, from the air. It wasn't a language, but it had a rhythm, a cadence that felt horribly intentional. We pressed on, our pace quickened. The map Jonah's Ray consulted seemed increasingly useless. The landmarks he decircled didn't appear, or they were wrong. The stream we were supposed to cross was a dry, rocky gulch. The feeling of being watched intensified, becoming a physical weight. The whispers grew, not in volume, but in proximity. They were just at the edge of hearing, a sibilant chorus that seemed to comment on our every move, our every fearful glance. Second sign was a pile of stones, not a casual cairn left by hikers, but a deliberate, unsettling structure. The stones were blackened by fire, and nestled amongst them were small, brittle things I realized with a jolt of nausea were animal bones. Bird skulls, the tiny vertebrae of squirrels, all arranged with a terrible geometric precision. Above this altar, hanging from a low branch, was a dead crow, suspended by a length of sinew. Its beak was open in a silent scream, and its eyes were gone. "We need to go back," I said, my voice trembling. "Now, Jonah's, this isn't right." "Go back," Hugh scoffed, though his face was pale. "We were lost, Leo. Your boy here has led us right off the goddamn map. Going back isn't an option." "Yes, right," Micah said, his voice thin and reedy. "The path at S gone. I've been looking. It just ends back there." Panic, cold and sharp, began to prick at the edges of my mind. We were lost, truly, deeply lost. And we were not alone. The forest itself felt like a living entity, and it was turning its attention toward us. The light began to fail, the green twilight deepening to a murky blue. We had to make camp. We found a small, relatively clear patch of ground near a rocky outcrop, a pathetic semblance of shelter. As we set up our tents, the whispers became more distinct. I began to catch fragments that almost made sense. My name, spoken in a breathy exhalation. A word that sounded like wait, another that sounded like stay. They were not friendly invitations. They were promises. Hugh, trying to start a fire, cursed as his matches sputtered and died. The wood, though dry, refused to catch. It was as if the very air was resisting us, pushing back against our feeble attempts at civilization. That night was the beginning of the end. Huddled in my tent, the thin nylon wall felt like no protection at all. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, was the approach of the watcher. The whispers wove themselves into my dreams, which were not dreams at all, but vivid, waking nightmares. I saw figures moving between the trees, tall and impossibly thin, their limbs jointed all wrong. I saw the spiral, turning slowly in the darkness behind my eyelids. I felt a cold that seeped up from the ground, a cold that had nothing to do with the temperature. I must have slept, because I was jolted awake by a scream. It was Hugh. I scrambled out of my tent to find him standing outside his, wild-eyed, pointing a shaking finger into the darkness. It was there, a face, a goddamn face. He yelled, his voice cracking with terror. Jonah's ray emerged, holding a flashlight. The beam cut a frail swath through the oppressive dark. What kind of face, Hugh? An animal. No, it was long, pale. It had no eyes, just black pits. And it was smiling. Hugh was hyperventilating, his big frame shaking. The bravado was gone, stripped away, leaving only raw, childlike fear. The beam of the flashlight swept across the edge of our camp. And there, just beyond the circle of light, something moved. It wasn't an animal. It was too tall, its motion too fluid, and yet utterly wrong, a series of stuttering, insectal gestures. It melted back into the shadows before any of us could get a clear look. But we all saw it. The silence that followed was louder than any scream. The next day, we were no longer hikers. We were prey. We packed our gear in a frantic, silent hurry. The map was a meaningless piece of paper. The compass needle spun lazily, uselessly. We walked, driven by a blind instinct to survive. The forest changed around us. The trees grew closer together, their branches intertwining to form a tunnel that blocked out the sky. The air grew thick and hard to breathe, smelling strongly of wet stone and metal, like old blood. We found the cabin in a small, hidden clearing. It was a squat, miserable thing built from rough-hewn logs, its roof sagging, its single window a dark, vacant eye. It was a place of last resort. The door, hanging by one leather hinge, creaked open when Jonah's ray pushed it. Inside was a single room, filled with dust and the smell of mildew. And on the walls, carved into the logs with the same frantic energy as the tree, were the spirals, dozens of them, covering every surface. In the center of the dirt floor was a large, dark stain that had soaked deep into the earth. It was in the cabin that the final piece of the horror revealed itself. Tucked away in a corner, wrapped in oilskin, was a journal. The pages were brittle and brown, the handwriting a spidery, frantic scrawl. It spoke of the old things that slept in the hills, of the listeners who waited in the woods. It spoke of a family generations ago who who had tried to live here, to appease the presence with small rituals, with offerings. The last entry was a single sentence, the ink blotted as if by a trembling hand. It is in the house now. It wears my father S. face. Hugh finally broke. The guilt and fear he'd been carrying, the resentment toward Jonas Ray, it all boiled over. "This is your fault," he screamed, shoving Jonas Ray against the wall. "You and your goddamn trip. You had to prove something, didn't he, you? You had to be the big man. It was about a girl from years ago, a rift that had never healed." Their shouts echoed in the small, cursed space, a pathetic human drama playing out on a stage set for cosmic horror. I tried to intervene, but it was too late. Hugh stormed out of the cabin, yelling that he'd find his own way back. We called after him, but the forest seemed to swallow his name. We heard his crashing progress through the undergrowth, and then, 100 yards away, it stopped. Abruptly. The silence that followed was absolute. Jonas Ray and I looked at each other, and in his eyes, I saw the same terrible understanding that was dawning in me. We were not getting out. Micah was curled in a ball in the corner, rocking back and forth, humming a tuneless song. I went to the door and looked out. The clearing was empty, but from the direction Hugh had gone, I heard a new sound. It was a wet, tearing noise, followed by a soft, chittering laugh that was not human. The thing that came back for us was not Hugh. It wore Hugh's body, but it was an ill-fitting suit. It moved with that same wrongness, its steps clumsy and precise at the same time. Its head was tilted at an angle that would have broken a neck. One of its arms hung limp, the bone visible through the torn sleeve of his jacket. But the worst part was its face. It was smiling. The same empty, knowing smile that Hugh had described. Its eyes were black, liquid pools that reflected no light. It spoke, and the voice was a grotesque parody of Hugh S., layered over with the dry, rustling whisper of the trees. "Jonas Ray," it gurgled. "Leo. Don T, you want to stay. Don T, you want to see." Jonas Ray grabbed a piece of firewood and charged it, screaming a raw, desperate sound. The thing that was once Hugh simply reached out a hand, too fast to follow, and there was a sound like a dry branch snapping. Jonas Ray fell to the ground, his body contorted. He did not move again. I backed away into the cabin toward Micah. But Micah was gone. In his place was a small, drawn spiral in the dirt. The thing wearing Hugh stood in the doorway, blocking the light. It took a step inside. The smell of blood and open soil filled the small space. I had nowhere to go. I closed my eyes. I do not know what it did to me. There was no pain, not in the way we understand it. There was a pressure, an intrusion, a coldness spreading through my mind, like ink bleeding into water. I felt my memories being sorted through, examined by a consciousness so vast and alien that my own was less than a speck of dust. I felt it find the happy moments, the childhood summers, the love I had felt, and it extinguished them, one by one, like pinching out candle flames. When I opened my eyes, I was alone in the cabin. The thing was gone. Jonas Ray's body was gone. There was only the silence, and the spirals on the walls, which now seemed to pulse with a faint, internal light. I walked out of the cabin. The forest was still there, but it was different. It was beautiful. The trees were not threatening, they were majestic. The whispers were not frightening, they were a gentle, welcoming chorus. I understood now. The presence was not malevolent. It was simply old and hungry, and we were food. We had stumbled into its larder. The resentment between Hugh and Jonah's Ray, the fear in Micah, the dread in me, it had all been a seasoning. I live in the cabin now. I don't need food. I don't feel the cold. Sometimes I walk through the woods and I see other hikers, lost and frightened. I watch them. I listen to their little arguments, their secret fears, and I whisper to them. I show them the way to the clearing. I am a part of the forest now. I am a listener. But sometimes, in the deep quiet of the night, a fragment of what I was surfaces. A memory of a name. Leo. It feels distant, like a story someone told me once. I see a face, a woman's face, smiling, my mother, a lover. The memory is a fish darting into dark water, gone before I can grasp it. The coldness in my mind rushes in to fill the space, and the whispering returns, soothing, pulling me back into the great, silent, ancient hole. The spiral turns, and I forget. I am always forgetting. It is so much easier that way. The trees are so tall. The earth is so old. And I am so very, very small. The new ones came at the false dawn, when the mist clung to the ground like a shroud. A man and a woman, their voices strained and sharp, with the kind of fear that tastes like metal. I watched from between the trunks, my form indistinguishable from the shifting shadows. They were arguing, of course. It always starts with an argument. Their words were brittle little things, snapping in the heavy air. He wanted to go back. She insisted the GPS signal would return if they just got to higher ground. Their fear was a bright, pungent scent, and it drew the others. I could feel them stirring in the deep places, the old things turning in their sleep, their attention brushing against the edges of the clearing. I did not need to lead these new ones. Their own terror was hurting them perfectly. I followed, a silent attendant. The woman stumbled over a root, and the man caught her arm, but his grip was angry, not gentle. The resentment between them was a feast. The forest absorbed it, grew thicker and darker on it. The whispers began, not from me, not yet, but from the trees themselves. They picked up the couple S words and twisted them, echoing back fragments, lost. Your fault. Never get out. The woman began to cry, a soft, hopeless sound. That was when I decided to help. I let my form solidify just a little, a suggestion of a man-shaped shadow ahead of them on the non-existent path. The man saw me first. He stopped dead, his hand tightening on the woman's arm. Did you see that? He hissed. See what? She whispered back, her eyes wide and blind. I moved again, a flicker between two pines. This time she saw it. A gasp caught in her throat. They were united now, in a new, purer kind of fear. The fear of the unknown. It was so much better than their petty squabbling. Hello, the man called out, his voice cracking. Is someone there? I remained silent. Speaking with my own voice was difficult. The rustling whisper was easier, the voice of the forest. But for them, I would try. I opened what was once my mouth, and the sound that came out was the dry rubbing of branches, the sigh of wind through dead leaves. It formed a single word, a gift. This way, I turned and glided deeper into the woods, toward the clearing with the cabin. I knew they would follow. They always do. The promise of another human of sanctuary is a lure they cannot resist. Behind me, I heard their frantic footsteps, their ragged breathing. They were so loud, so alive. I remembered being that loud. The memory was a dull ache, a stone in a river, quickly worn smooth by the current. The cabin came into view, a dark squat shape against the gray light. The spirals on its walls were visible even from a distance, humming with a low energy that only I could perceive. The couple hesitated at the edge of the clearing. The primal part of their brains was screaming at them to turn back. But the civilized part, the part that craves walls and roofs, saw the cabin as a refuge. Maybe someone else here, the woman said, her voice full of a desperate hope that was already beginning to sour. I stood by the door, which swung open at my approach. I did not look back at them. I simply entered the darkness inside, an invitation. After a moment, frantic whispering, they followed. The smell of old earth and something sweetly rotten greeted them. The man pulled out a phone, its flashlight beam cutting a pathetic swath through the gloom. It swept across the walls, illuminating the countless, twisting spirals. The woman let out a small, choked cry. "What is this place?" The man muttered, his bravado completely gone. From the darkest corner of the room, a figure uncurled itself. It was Micah, or what was left of him. His eyes were wide and unblinking, his fingers tracing the same spiral over and over in the dirt floor. He looked up at the couple and smiled a vacant, peaceful smile. "It is waiting for you," he said in a clear, childlike voice. "It is so hungry." That was when the thing that had been Hugh moved from behind the door. It was better at wearing him now. The movements were smoother, more practiced. The smile was exactly right. It held out a hand, a gesture that was meant to be reassuring, but was filled with a terrible, predatory patience. "You are safe now," it said, and the rustling whisper underneath Hugh's voice made the woman whimper. The man stepped in front of her, a futile gesture of protection. He was looking at me, at what I had become. He saw the emptiness in my eyes, the way I stood so still, a part of the cabin itself. "What are you?" he breathed. I looked at him, and for a single, shattering moment, I remembered. I remembered the weight of a backpack, the sound of Jonas Ray's voice, the taste of real fear. I remembered my name. Leo. The memory was a shard of ice in the cold ocean of my consciousness. It was agony. The man must have seen the flicker in my eyes. A spark of something human. "Help us," he pleaded. The cold rushed back in. The whispering rose to a crescendo inside my skull, soothing, demanding. The memory of Leo dissolved, leaving no trace. The man's plea was just a noise. An interesting, fearful noise. I turned and walked out of the cabin, into the welcoming embrace of the trees. The last thing I heard before the door swung shut was the beginning of the woman's scream, a short, sharp sound that was quickly muffled. It was not a sound of terror anymore. It was the sound of a meal being accepted. The forest sighed in contentment. The spiral turned, and I forgot. I am always forgetting. The silence that settled after the scream was different from before. It was a satisfied silence, a heavy, full quiet. I stood under the great boughs of a pine, feeling the vibrations of the forest. The old things were sated for a little while. The process was complete. The new ones would join the chorus soon, their voices adding to the whispers that guided the next lost souls. Days and nights blurred into a single, endless twilight. I watched the seasons change from within the heart of the woods. Leaves turned and fell, but the clearing around the cabin remained in a perpetual state of decay, untouched by time. Snow dusted the ground, but it never accumulated on the cabin's roof. The spiral-marked logs seemed to repel it. I saw the couple again, or rather, what they had become. The man walked with a stiff, jerking gait, his eyes hollowed out and dark. He would sometimes stand at the edge of the clearing for hours, staring at nothing. The woman was better at the mimicry. She could almost pass for human, if you didn't look too closely at the emptiness behind her smile, or listen to the rustle in her voice when she called out to the birds. Her words, a perfect imitation of their songs that somehow sounded like a warning. Micah remained in the cabin, a permanent fixture. He was the welcoming party, the first face the new ones saw. His simple, terrifying pronouncements did more to break their will than any monstrous apparition. He was a key part of the lure. I found my purpose was not in the cabin, but on the periphery. I was a shepherd. I would walk the indistinct boundaries of the forest's influence, feeling for the tremors of new fear. A group of college students on a spring break adventure, their laughter too loud, their confidence a fragile shell. A lone hunter, separated from his party, his bravado crumbling with each passing hour. I would appear to them as a flicker of movement, a hint of a trail, a whisper on the wind that promised safety. I never showed them my face. The suggestion was enough. The hunter was particularly satisfying. He was a large man, used to being the predator. To feel his certainty curdle into dread was a rich, complex flavor. I led him on a merry chase for 2 days, letting him think he was tracking game, when all the while he was the one being led. He fought hard. When he finally saw the cabin, he raised his rifle, aiming at the door. But the thing that had been the woman emerged first, holding out a cup of water, her face a mask of concern. The hunter's aim wavered. That moment of hesitation was all it took. I turned away before the end. I didn't need to see it. I could feel it. Another thread woven into the tapestry of the woods. Another voice for the whispers. The forest was growing. Its reach was extending, its hunger insatiable. I could feel its roots digging deeper into the earth, its consciousness spreading like a fungus through the rock and soil. We, its children, were its senses and its limbs. We were the bait and the trap. One evening, as a cold rain began to fall, I felt a new disturbance. Not the sharp panic of the recently lost, but a slow, grinding despair. It was old, this feeling, and it was familiar. I moved toward it, drawn by a curiosity I no longer questioned. Deep in a gully, where the runoff had carved a channel through the clay, I found him. An old man, his clothes ragged, his face etched with a lifetime of hardship. He wasn't lost. He had come here deliberately. He was on his knees, digging at the base of a lightning-blasted oak with his bare hands. He looked up as I approached, and his eyes held no fear, only a deep, weary resignation. He saw what I was immediately. "So it is true," he said, his voice gravelly and tired. "My grandfather told stories. Said his father disappeared up here. Said the woods took him. I said nothing. I simply watched. Name S. Jepson," he said, returning to his digging. IV lived my whole life in the shadow of this mountain. IV spent 60 years trying to forget the stories. But they call to you, Don T. They. In the end, they call. His hands were bloody from the stones and roots. Finally, his fingers closed around something. He pulled out a rotted leather pouch. Inside was a tarnished silver locket. He pried it open with a grimy thumbnail. Inside was a faded photograph of a severe-looking woman. "My great-grandmother," he whispered. He was trying to bring this to her. Never made it. He looked from the locket to me, and his eyes were clear. "Is he here? Is Abraham Jepson here?" And in the vast, cold library of my mind, a name stirred. Abraham. It was a name I had heard in the whispers, a flavor from long ago, a persistent one. I looked at the old man, and I saw the resemblance, a ghost of a features in the set of his jaw, the line of his brow. A family resemblance, a thread of memory not my own, but one the forest had consumed. I pointed a finger, not toward the cabin, but deeper into the woods, toward a place where the trees grew so close they formed a solid wall of bark. A place where the whispering was a constant, low roar. The old man nodded, as if I had confirmed something he already knew. He clutched the locket to his chest, stood up, and without a backward glance, walked toward the wall of trees. They did not open for him. He simply began to push his way through, the branches scraping at his face and clothes. He disappeared into the darkness. I did not follow. I knew what he would find, or rather, who would find him. Some hungers are not for fear, but for resolution. Some lost things want to be found. The rain fell harder, washing the old man's blood from the roots. I stood there for a long time, feeling the forest digest this new offering. The spiral turned. The memory of the old man's face and the name Abraham faded into the gentle, endless hum. It was better to forget. The trees were so tall, the earth was so old, and I was home, the rain soaked through what remained of my clothes, but I felt no wetness, no cold. water was just another part of the forest, another voice in the chorus. I looked down at my hands. The skin was pale and smooth, like birch bark. I could not remember the last time I had felt the wind as anything but a caress, or the sun as anything but a distant, approving eye. The old man's departure had left a strange quiet in the gully. It was not the satisfied silence of a feeding, but something more contemplative. The forest was remembering, and in its remembering, I remembered too, just for a moment. I saw a kitchen, warm and yellow, a plate of food, a dog sleeping by a hearth. The images were flat and distant, like pictures in a book I had read long ago. There was no emotion attached to them. They were just facts. Then, like a tide, the whispers returned, and the book closed. A new signal pulsed through the roots beneath my feet. Fainter than the old man's despair, but brighter than the usual fear. It was curiosity. A sharp, intelligent curiosity that was entirely out of place here. I moved toward it, flowing up the side of the gully and back into the deeper woods. I found her at the edge of a stream where the water ran clear over stones. She was young, with a backpack covered in patches and a pair of sturdy boots. She wasn't looking at the spirals carved into a nearby trunk with terror, but with a kind of academic fascination. She had a notebook in her hand, and she was sketching the pattern, her brow furrowed in concentration. Her fear was a minor note, a background hum. The dominant flavor was a burning need to understand. This was new. This was dangerous. I watched from the shadows. She finished her sketch and looked up, her eyes scanning the trees. They were a clear, sharp green, and they saw too much. "I know you ray there," she said, her voice steady. "The stories aren't just stories, are they? It's a cycle, a pattern." She took a step closer to my hiding place. She held up her notebook. On the page was a perfect drawing of the spiral, but around it she had drawn complex geometric patterns, equations I could not comprehend. "It's a filter, isn't it?" She continued, talking to the air. "It doesn't just consume. It processes. It breaks down consciousness into its component parts. Fear, resentment, love, it uses them. It learns." Her words were like stones thrown into the still pool of my mind. They caused ripples. The whispers in my head grew agitated, not soothing. They hissed a warning. This one was not food. This one was a threat. I felt a command form in the air around me, a pressure from the ancient presence. It was not a word, but an instinct. "Stop her." I stepped out from behind the tree. I did not try to be a shadow or a suggestion. I stood before her in full view, a pale man-shaped thing with eyes like dark water. She did not scream. She took a sharp breath, her eyes widening, but she held her ground. She looked from my face to the notebook and back again. "My God," she whispered, "you were someone." She saw it. She saw the ghost in the machine. The part of me that was still Leo stirred, like a creature waking from a long hibernation. It was a painful, wrenching sensation. The cold in my mind fought back, trying to free freeze the feeling, to smother it with whispers. The woman took a cautious step backward, toward the stream. "It's still in there, isn't it? You're still fighting." I opened my mouth. The rustling leaves and cracking branches tried to form words of warning, of threat. But another sound fought its way out. A single, strained, human syllable. "Run." It was my voice. Leo's voice. It was a tiny, desperate sound, but it echoed in the quiet clearing. The woman's face changed. The curiosity was replaced by a dawning, horrified understanding. She nodded once, a quick, sharp gesture, then turned and splashed across the stream, crashing into the undergrowth on the other side. I stood there, trembling. The forest roared inside my head. The betrayal was a poison. The thing that had been Hugh emerged from the trees downstream, its head cocked, its empty smile fixed on me. It began to move toward the woman's trail, its pace unhurried. It knew these woods better than she ever could, but I had given her a warning. I had bought her a few seconds, and as I felt the full, cold wrath of the ancient presence focus on me, I felt something I had not felt in an eternity. It was not fear. It was not regret. It was purpose. The spiral was turning, but for the first time, I was not just a point on its line. I was a crack in the pattern. The woman with the green eyes had seen it. And now, so had I. The thing that was Hugh paused, its head swiveling slowly from the direction the woman had fled back to me. The smile never wavered, but the air between us grew thick and cold. The rustling whisper was no longer a chorus. It was a single, focused hiss of reprimand. I had broken the first rule. I had interfered. I did not move. I let the cold fury wash over me, through me. It sought to extinguish the faint warmth that the woman's recognition had sparked. It pressed down on the memory of my own voice, trying to grind it back into dust. But the spark was stubborn. It was a seed lodged in stone. Hugh's form began to dissolve, not into shadow, but into a swarm of insects, a cloud of black flies that buzzed with a sound like grinding teeth. The cloud shot past me, following the woman's scent. The hunt was on, and it would be merciless. A new command formed in my mind, not as an instinct, but as a sharp, undeniable order. Return to the heart. Return to the cabin. The path back was familiar, every root and stone a part of me. But now each step felt different. The moss did not cushion my feet, it clung to them like a restraint. The branches that usually parted for me seemed to grasp at my arms. The forest itself was turning against the flaw in its design. As I walked, I saw the others. The man and the woman from before stood motionless among the trees, their heads tilted as if listening to a distant sound. They were no longer individuals, but sentinels. Their eyes tracked my progress, and in their blank stares, I saw the reflection of the forest's judgment. Micah was waiting on the cabin's porch, his legs dangling over the edge. He was humming a tuneless little song, his finger tracing a spiral on the weathered wood. It's angry, he said conversationally, without looking at me. "You made a noise, a wrong noise." I walked past him and into the cabin. The darkness inside was absolute, a physical presence that swallowed the little gray light from the door. The spirals on the walls were no longer just carvings. They were pulsing, slow and deep, like a sleeping heart. The sweet, rotten smell was stronger here, the smell of something ancient and vast dreaming in the earth below. The command was clear. I was to wait. I was to be reabsorbed, my rebellion smoothed over, my momentary defiance forgotten. The process would be slow. It would be like being buried alive in honey, a suffocating embrace that would erase everything. I stood in the center of the room, feeling the pressure build. The whispers were inside my skull, trying to fill every empty space. They showed me images of the green-eyed woman. They showed me US swarm catching her, the terror on her face as the flies crawled into her mouth and nose, silencing her. They showed her becoming one of them, her sharp mind dulled into a perpetual, whispering obedience. It was meant to be a punishment, a vision of the futility of my action. But instead of despair, I felt a cold, clear thought form. It was my own. She had seen the pattern. She had recognized the filter. And she had looked at me and seen a person. That knowledge was a weapon. It was a story the forest had not consumed, a variable it had not accounted for. The door of the cabin creaked shut, plunging me into total blackness. The humming of the spirals grew louder, a vibration that shook my bones. I could feel the ancient presence turning its attention inward, toward me. The forgetting was beginning. I closed my eyes, not to shut it out, but to focus. I reached for the spark, for the memory of a name. Leo. It was not just a name. It was a place, a kitchen, a dog by a hearth. It was a feeling, the weight of a backpack, the sound of a friend's laugh. These were not just memories, they were anchors. They were things the forest could not digest because they were mine. The pressure intensified, a weight threatening to crush me into nothing. The whispers became a scream, but I held onto the anchors. I held onto the sound of my own voice saying that one forbidden word. Run. I did not know if the woman would escape, but her flight and my choice had created a tear in the fabric of this place. The spiral was not perfect. I was the proof, and as the darkness pressed in, I made a decision. I would not wait to be forgotten. I would remember. I would remember everything, even if the remembering broke what was left of me. I opened my mouth, and against the crushing will of the forest, I began to speak my own name. The sound was a dry rasp, a leaf scraping against stone. Leo. It was not a shout, but a declaration. The darkness in the cabin recoiled from it. The pulsing of the spirals faltered for a single, jarring second. The whispers stuttered into a confused silence. Then the retaliation came. It was not pressure, but pain. A sharp, splintering agony that started in my mind and radiated outwards, as if my very bones were being twisted into new, unnatural shapes. Visions flooded me, not of my past, but of the forest's countless victims. I felt the hunter's final, gut-wrenching terror. I tasted the old man's weary despair. I saw through the eyes of the thing that was Hugh as it stalked its first lost soul. These were not my memories, but the forest's larder, and it was force-feeding them to me, trying to drown Leo in a sea of other people's pain. I fell to my knees on the rough-hewn floor. The scent of rot was overwhelming, filling my lungs. I clutched at my head, but the assault was internal. My name became a shield. I repeated it, a desperate mantra. Leo, Leo. With each repetition, I clawed back a fragment of myself. The feel of a steering wheel in my hands. The smell of gasoline and pine air freshener. The stupid, hopeful grin on Micah's face as he pointed to a map. We were just going camping. A new image surfaced, sharp and clear. The spiral, not carved in wood, but drawn on a page in a library book. A book about local folklore. Micah had shown it to me, laughing. "Look at this creepy stuff," he'd said. He had been excited. He had wanted to find it. The realization was a second crack, wider than the first. Micah hadn't just been lured. He had been seeking. He had brought us here. The forest had used his curiosity as the bait, and I had been the collateral damage. The anger that rose in me then was human, hot, and bright. It burned away the cold numbness. The cabin door burst open, not from wind, but from a force that shattered the hinges. Framed in the doorway was Micah. But it was not the simple, vacant Micah of the porch. His face was contorted, his eyes wide with a frantic, pleading light. It was the ghost of the boy I knew, fighting his way to the surface. "They're close," he gasped, his voice straining against the rustle that tried to consume it. "The swarm. It's turning back. She's leading it. She's leading it here." He was fighting too. The woman's escape, my defiance. It had stirred something in him. The forest's control was not absolute. It was a system, and we were the faulty components causing a cascade failure. The agonizing pressure lifted slightly, the forest's attention shifting outward. The woman was not running blindly. She was leading the hunter back to the heart of the trap. She was using its own hunger against it. I pushed myself to my feet, my body feeling both alien and more my own than it had in years. I looked at Micah, truly looked at him, and saw the friend I had lost. The spiral on the wall behind him pulsed erratically, like a panicked heartbeat. "We have to go," I said. My voice was still rough, but it was mine. Micah shook his head, a jerky, painful motion. "Can't, the roots, they hold." But I was already moving. I wasn't sure what I was, or what I could do, but I knew I was more than what the forest had made me. I reached out and grabbed his arm. His skin was cold and rough, like tree bark. I focused not on the whispers, but on the memory of his laugh, the solid weight of his hand clapping me on the back. I poured that memory into my touch. A shudder ran through him. For a moment, his eyes cleared. The panic was replaced by a stunned recognition. "Leo." A roar erupted from outside, the sound of a million wings beating in fury. The swarm was returning. We were out of time. I pulled him toward the broken doorway, away from the pulsing heart of the cabin, into the chaotic, living darkness of the woods. The spiral was turning, but we were no longer points on its line. We were splinters, tearing our way out. The rain had turned into a fine, cold mist that hung in the air, making the trees loom like ghosts. We stumbled away from the cabin, our footsteps silenced by the thick carpet of needles. Micah was leaning heavily on me, his body trembling with the effort of holding on to himself. Every few steps he would falter, and the whispering vacancy would start to creep back into his eyes. "Don't listen to it," I growled, tightening my grip on his arm. "Think about your mom's cooking. That awful meatloaf." A weak, strangled sound that was almost a laugh escaped his lips. "She used too much ketchup," he rasped. The roar of the swarm was everywhere and nowhere, a vibration in the air that made my teeth ache. It was searching, circling. The woman had done exactly what I had hoped. She had led it on a chase, confusing its trail, buying us these precious, terrifying moments. But she couldn't run forever. We reached the stream where I had first seen her. The water was black and swift in the fading light. "We have to cross," I said. The water was a boundary, not a perfect one, but the forest's hold was always weaker across running water. Micah balked, his feet digging into the soft bank. "It's deep. It'll take us. It has a voice too." I knew what he meant. The stream's chatter was part of the chorus, but it was a simpler, more chaotic song. It was our only chance. "It's a loud voice," I said. "Maybe loud enough to drown out the others." I stepped into the water first. The cold was a shock, a physical pain that was startlingly, wonderfully human. It bit into my ankles, my calves, a sensation I had not truly felt in an age. I turned and held out a hand to Micah. He stared at my hand as if it were a lifeline thrown from a great height. The buzzing intensified, sharpening into a focused drone upstream. The swarm was coming. "Now, Micah." He took my hand. His touch was like ice, but his grip was firm. We plunged into the center of the stream. The current tugged at our legs, threatening to pull us under. The water rose to our waists, and the cold was so intense it felt like fire. Micah cried out, a raw, human sound of distress. But as the water swirled around us, the constant whisper in my mind receded, replaced by the roar of the current. It was like stepping out of a crowded, noisy room into a storm. We half waded, half stumbled to the opposite bank, and collapsed, shivering violently on the stones. The drone of the swarm reached the far side of the stream and stopped. The cloud of flies hovered at the water's edge, a shifting, angry black smudge against the gloom. It would not cross. Not yet. It was waiting for a command, for the forest to find a way around this obstacle. I looked at Micah. He was hugging his knees, his head down. His shoulders were shaking, but not from the cold. He was sobbing. They were quiet, broken sounds, the sound of someone waking from a long and terrible dream. "It is still there, Leo," he whispered, his voice thick. It like a hook in my mind. It pulling. I knew the feeling. The anchors I had found were strong, but the forest's roots were deep. It was not going to let us go easily. We had a reprieve, not a pardon. A twig snapped in the woods behind us. We both flinched, scrambling to our feet. The woman stepped out from behind a thicket of ferns. She was drenched, her clothes torn, and a long scratch marred her cheek. But her green eyes were alert, burning with that same fierce intelligence. In her hand, she held a heavy, pointed stone. She looked from me to Micah, assessing the situation with a swift, calculating gaze. "It can cross the water," she said. "It wasn't a question." "Not directly," I replied, "but it will find a way." She nodded, lowering the stone slightly. "My name is Alara." She looked at me. "And you Ray Leo, and you Ray fighting it." "We are," I said, the words feeling strange and powerful. "Good," she said, "because I wasn't just running. I was mapping." She tapped her temple. "The pattern is a network, a neural network. The cabin is the nucleus, but every victim is a node. You," she said, looking at me, and then at Micah, "and you. You are not just its prisoners. You are part of its mind." She took a step closer, her voice dropping to an urgent whisper. "And if we can disrupt enough nodes, we can crash the whole system." Alara's words hung in the damp air, a theory that felt more true than anything I had known in this place. A network. It made a terrible sense. The whispers weren't just commands, they were data, flowing from the heart of the forest through its captured nodes. Micah and I were terminals in a vast, organic machine. Micah looked up, his face pale and slick with mist. "Disrupt?" he asked, his voice trembling. "How?" "The same way you started," Alara said, her eyes locking with mine. "By remembering, by being yourselves. It's a foreign body in your mind. Your memories, your emotions, they're like a virus to it. Every time you resist, you corrupt the data stream." A low groan echoed through the trees, not from the swarm, but from the woods themselves. The ground beneath our feet seemed to shudder. The forest was aware of our conspiracy. It was recalibrating. "We can't stay here," I said. The stream was a temporary barrier, not a fortress. It will send others, things that aren't afraid of the water. Alara pointed away from the stream, deeper into the part of the woods we had just entered. I saw a place, a rock face with a fissure. It's defensible. And the stone there, it feels different, older than this thing. We moved quickly, our little trio bound by desperation. Alara led the way, her movements sure and silent. Micah and I followed, two ghosts learning to walk again. With every step, I focused on the feeling of the earth under my feet, the sound of my own breathing. I was not a shadow. I was a man. I was Leo. The forest pushed back, sending waves of dizziness, flashes of other people's memories to confuse me. I saw a woman knitting by a fire, a child crying for a lost ball. I let the images wash over me, but I held onto my own anchor. The smell of my dog's fur, the weight of my car keys in my hand, the rock face was where Alara had said, a sheer wall of dark granite veined with quartz. A narrow crack, just wide enough for a person to slip through, split the stone. Inside, it opened into a small, dry cavern. The air was still and cold, and the constant whisper of the forest was muted, as if the thick stone could absorb the sound. We collapsed inside, our breath pluming in the dim light. For a moment, there was only the sound of our panting and the distant drip of water. "It's buying time," Micah said quietly, huddled against the wall. "It's gathering itself. It'll send Hugh, or it'll make new things." Alara was examining the cavern walls, running her fingers over the quartz. "This is a place of silence," she murmured. "It doesn't like it here." She turned to us. "This is where we fight, not with stones or fists. We fight by talking, by remembering. We need to remind each other of who we are. We need to be so loud, so real, that its signal can't get through." She looked at me. "Leo, tell me about the dog." The question was so simple, so human, it caught me off guard. The forest immediately tried to suppress it, filling my head with static. But I looked at Alara's intent face and at Micah's hopeful, terrified eyes, and I pushed through. "His name was Buster," I began, the words feeling thick and clumsy. "He was a golden retriever with a crooked tail. He used to sleep on my feet and steal socks." As I spoke, the memory solidified. It was no longer a faded picture, but a sensation. The warmth of the dog, the annoyance, and the affection. The memory was a solid thing in the cavern, pushing back the oppressive weight of the forest. Micah was watching me, and a flicker of a smile touched his lips. "You loved that dumb dog," he whispered. "Your turn," Alara said gently to him. "The meatloaf. Tell me about the meatloaf." Micah took a shuddering breath. He closed his eyes, concentrating against the internal pressure. "It was gray. She put onions in it, but they were never cooked all the way. She'd serve it with these little potatoes." He trailed off, then his eyes snapped open, wide with a new horror. "Leo, the book. The one with the spiral. I didn't just find it." The air in the cavern grew colder. The forest was focusing on this, on a memory it did not want uncovered. "What do you mean?" I asked. Micah's face was a mask of guilt and dawning understanding. "A man, an old man in the library, he pointed it out to me. He said I looked like a young man who appreciated mysteries. He handed me the book. I thought it was chance, but it wasn't. It chose me. It used me to get to you. The revelation was a key turning in a lock. The forest didn't just take wanderers. It actively recruited. It used one victim to bait the next, strengthening its network, expanding its mind. The spiral was not just a symbol of consumption. It was a map of connection, of infection. A shadow fell across the entrance to the fissure. The humming was back, but it was different now. It was lower, more resonant. It was the sound of the earth itself grumbling. The thing that had been Hugh would not fit through the crack, so the forest was trying something else. The granite wall beside Micah began to sweat a dark, viscous fluid. The veins of quartz pulsed with a faint, sickly light. The very stone was becoming a node. The silence of our sanctuary was being breached. "It's in the rock," Alara said, her voice tight with fear. "It's trying to get in through the stone." The whispers started again, not in the air, but in my bones. They were the deep, slow whispers of the mountain. They promised an end to struggle, a peaceful return to the whole. Micah clutched his head. "It's so loud," he moaned. "It's telling me to let go." I grabbed his shoulders. "No, look at me, Micah. Remember the map. Remember you pointing to the trailhead. You were so excited. You packed all the wrong food." I was shouting now, trying to drown out the subterranean voice. Alara joined me, her voice clear and strong. "My name is Alara Vance. I'm a botanist. I was studying lichen speciation. My favorite color is yellow. We were a chorus of defiance, a virus of identity attacking the system." The dark fluid on the wall stopped spreading. The pulsing light in the quartz flickered and faded. Our memories, our names, were a poison to it, but the effort was exhausting. I felt a profound weariness seeping into me. We couldn't keep this up forever. We had found a temporary flaw in the system, but the system itself was ancient and vast. It could wait. It could outlast us. As if reading my thought, a new sound came from outside the fissure. It wasn't the swarm or the groaning earth. It was a single, clear voice calling out a name. It was a woman's voice, sharp with worry and hope. It was calling for Alara.